I use my mind.
All right, good evening, everyone. This is a regularly scheduled meeting of the Montclair Planning Board. Notice of this meeting is published in the local papers and also posted in the lobby of this building. We are being broadcast live on Channel 34 and streamed on YouTube. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, meaning that we have powers resembling that of a court of law, and we're obligated to objectively determine facts and draw conclusions from what we hear in order to provide the basis for official action. Any questions or comments should be limited to issues that the board can legitimately consider, and we would ask that decorum appropriate for a courtroom be maintained at all times. First up is our roll call. Here.
Vice Chair Broda.
Here.
Mr. Schwartz.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Councilor Slager.
Here.
Ms. Willis.
Here.
Mr. Rooney.
Here.
Mr. Imali.
Here.
Ms. Hoffman.
Here.
Mr. Variance excused. And Mr. Gilmer is out.
Whoa. 1, 2.
We have our minutes from October 7th meeting.
I received comments from Vice Chair Broda
And Ms. Lockman on the October 7th minutes. And from Mr. Ian Wally, who I marked as being both present and absent.
I have one question on the
That's
I know
really
you were not
interesting.
here.
Here but not here, or not here but here?
He was not here. He was not there at the meeting.
In an existential zone.
I have one question on those minutes.
Okay.
It says, Mr. Troutner stated that the applicant, this is the second to last paragraph, first page. Mr. Troutner stated that the applicant agrees to removing the statement from the record and will not object to Mr. Schwartz's participation in the hearing. I don't remember that to be the case exactly. Was the statement removed from the record directly? Is that correct?
No. So I had made an edit to that to read, Mr. Troutner stated that the applicant agrees to waive Mr. Schwartz's statement as an appealable issue.
Perfect. That's, yeah. It
So
just,
that should be the revised version that everybody
very
got.
good. Thank you. I didn't get to see your revised comments. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Okay. Are there any other changes to the minutes?
Move that they be accepted as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
And now, before we proceed with our applications, I believe we have a member of the public who wants to make an announcement.
Thank you and good evening. The Seniorama is an annual conference that the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee offers every year. And this year...
Is the green light on your microphone on?
It's on.
Good.
Now it's on.
Yeah.
Okay. Mayor Jackson has particularly asked us to put out an invitation to the Planning Board, the Zoning Board, and the Council to attend this conference on universal design. This is an extremely important conference because we will have some very fine speakers to talk about sustainable design for housing. Universal design is not just for people who are older. It's for everybody. And at the conference, we'll have Paul Sionis, who you all know, Steve Leone and Jack Carmen, Tom Toronto, and other people who will actually be broadening your understanding of the concept of universal design. You have a flyer on your desk. There's an email, and there's also a web link. We hope you'll be able to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And let the record show that Mr. Gilmer has joined us.
Thank you.
And we have a resolution for the Montclair Art Museum.
I didn't receive any comments or changes to the resolution. Did you?
I did not.
Then I propose that we approve it as written.
Okay.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Okay.
Let's see, under old business, the application of Platinum Interiors is being
Yeah.
shifted to later in the meeting at the request of the applicant. And that brings us to the application of Jonathan and Melissa Goidel, excuse me if I butchered the name, for 264 Upper Mountain Avenue.
But we received a request.
Oh, yes, yeah, that one has been postponed until December 16th.
And likewise, item C under new business, I received a request on Friday that be postponed to the November 4th meeting. And item C is the application for 182 Glenridge Avenue, application number 2631. So that'll be November 4th.
So that leaves us here with the application of Grafton Inns for 114, 116 Walnut.
That one we are ready.
Well, by coincidence, so are we.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Alan Tremulak appearing on behalf of the applicant Grafton Inns LLC. Grafton Inns LLC is the entity that actually owns and operates Egan and Sons on Walnut Street, which I think we're all familiar with. It's been the subject of a number of planning board applications over the years, going back to 2003. Purpose of the application this evening is to seek a variance to allow the storage shed to remain in what is functionally the rear of this property in the parking lot. But under your zoning ordinance, since this is a through lot which extends from Walnut Street to Label Street, there is no rear yard. You have two front yards, and accessory structures are not permitted in front yards. But again, this has been located for a few years in the northeast corner, in the rear of the property, or the Label Street front of the property, and we're seeking a variance or an amendment to the previously approved site plan to allow the storage shed to remain, for the reasons which we'll discuss this evening with my witness and client who's sitting to my right, Sharon Egan. All right, so unless the board has anything preliminarily, I would ask that Ms. Egan be sworn to testify.
And we will in just a moment. Do you want to?
I have pre-marked the exhibits. A1 is the application. A2 is the certification of taxes paid. A3 is the certification of publication. A4 is the affidavit of service. A5 is the site plan prepared by John Guadagnoli, dated February 28th, 2017. A6 is the report from Suburban Consulting Engineers, dated June 5th, 2019. And A7 is the planning report, dated October 15th, 2019.
May I ask a question with respect to the front yard versus rear yard? Might make it easier. Arthur, do you agree that there's no front yard on the Label Street side? We're talking about a rear yard, right? And so, 'cause
Yeah,
all
I
the
haven't
material
actually
we had
done
said
that
was in the front
research,
yard.
and being away all weekend.
It's a front yard because the property has two front yards.
Oh, it does have
Label
front yard.
Street.
Okay, I thought you said it doesn't have, okay.
If
so
I
it's
did, I
two.
misspoke. There's
Okay.
no rear yard because you have two front yards. And,
Sorry, okay.
The two front yards are on Label.
No,
Label
there's not.
and
No,
Walnut.
no, no,
And
no, no.
Walnut.
Sorry about that. All right, okay.
Oh, because of the front of the store.
Right.
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 But it's a through lot, so under the zoning ordinance, and Janice will correct me if I'm wrong, you have two front yards
Okay.
and no rear yards.
Correct.
Got it.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Could we just procedurally recap, were you before the board recently on something else related to this site, or am I just mixing dates up?
I can address that, which I actually meant to mention in my opening remark. The last time we were here was in 2017, and that was in connection with an application to expand the outdoor seating area in the rear of the restaurant and for other improvements in the rear, installation of a handicap ramp and other items. There were no variances requested as part of that application, so consequently, the application was heard and approved by the Development Review Committee. And as part of that application, one of the conditions was removal of the shed because of the variance that would have been required. And, we had originally agreed to remove the shed, but as Sharon Egan will explain, that turned out to be something that's not really feasible.
So procedurally, you were before the Development Review Committee in 2017,
Correct.
and you haven't been before this board since?
That's
So
correct.
There's nothing else?
Not
Okay.
until tonight.
I'm just trying to get the timeline here.
Yep.
Okay, got it.
I have another procedural question, and maybe it's for Janice. So we had an application, they had conditions, they didn't fulfill the conditions.
Right.
And why is it that no one is, like, looking at this right after the time that the resolution is passed and supposedly the work is done, to say that you have not fulfilled this condition?
Well, that's exactly what we did.
You did?
Yeah, when they did the work, they got their permits, we inspected the work, we gave them, notices that the shed needed
Okay,
to
so
be
that's been
removed.
ongoing.
And that's
Yeah.
how we got to where we are
Okay.
today.
Oh, thank you. I didn't realize that was the background. Thank
We
you.
filed this application, I mean, you can call it amended site plan approval, you can call it a variance application, but it's actually an application for relief from the one of the conditions of the last approval. But
And what has happened since then that you accepted the condition in 17 and now you're not accepting it?
That's what Sharon Egan will explain
All right.
and why we're here.
Well, we just really need it. I need the space.
Well, let's
You can,
get you sworn in.
you can say you
first.
need the space after I swear you in, okay? Would you please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Using that microphone, would you please state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Sharon Egan, owner of Egan and Sons on Walnut Street.
Now that you're sworn in, do you still need the space?
I need the space. I just
Okay.
had such a hard time afterwards trying to figure out what I'm going to do with all the stuff in there, because we have a lot of paperwork that we have to save. Business transactions, and they have to be saved, and I have very little space in my building. I use most of the space for kitchen, customers, things like that, and so I just really had a hard time with it, so we
Let's just back up for a second, Sharon,
Okay,
if you
yep.
could. I'm
Sure,
sorry, I don't
yeah,
mean to
no problem.
interrupt you, but we'll come back to that. Do you know when the shed was installed?
About 3 years ago.
Okay. And I think you were already just discussing, what items are currently stored in the shed, so if you could just...
Well, I mean,
elaborate on
we
that.
have to keep all our business, all our customer transactions for quite some time, so boxes like that. Then we have, just tools and maintenance things for the grounds of the building,
Is there any
party
equipment?
supplies, lawnmower, things that need to be inside, not out in the rain.
Okay. And how frequently do you need to access the shed?
Well, in the morning, we have a maintenance man, he gets, brooms and things like that, and,
Because you have a parking space that's right in front of the shed.
Yes.
You telling me that are you able to...
well, we don't open till noon.
And so you would normally utilize the shed during hours at the restaurant?
Yeah, we have a maintenance person that comes in early, they come in around 6 in the morning, so we don't open till noon, so they can access it, and then as soon as we're open, we don't go in it.
Okay. By the way, do you know how tall the shed is?
About
What the
10
height is?
feet.
All right, so as I mentioned before, you recall that in 2017, we appeared before the Development Review Committee to obtain approval for the expansion of the outdoor seating area and other improvements.
The
in
parking lot,
Right,
handicap access.
right. And as part of that approval, you had agreed to remove the storage shed, is that correct?
I did
Okay.
agree.
And then, so what happened that caused you to change your mind about the shed? And
I just
and
had
why you're
nowhere to
seeking to retain it now?
I had nowhere to put the things that were in it, and so I just thought we'll go for a we'll ask if we can have it, if we can keep it.
Okay, so you have no other storage space available for the items that are...
No,
currently
because
in the
our
shed?
basement is a kitchen. My attic is very small, and I can't keep a lawnmower up there. So that's really it. We don't have any storage space within the building.
Okay. All right, so you'd like to retain it and keep it in its current location, is that correct?
I would like to keep it.
All right, in her memorandum to the planning board, Janice Talley mentioned a couple of things. One was a recommendation that the shed be pushed or moved over so that it's closer to Tony's Brook, which
Yeah.
is on the, I guess, the easterly sideline of the property.
Yes.
All right, have you considered that?
We have considered it, but then I might as well just take it down because I think I'd have to take it apart, and it's just not that, I don't think it can be done. We tried. We went in, we thought, oh, can we pick it up, move it? No, we can't.
It's a fairly
So,
large structure.
It's a pretty large structure, yeah.
Okay. So you don't believe it's feasible?
And it's made of metal. I mean,
If you
I
had to-
don't feel that way.
So if you had to relocate it, as suggested, you'd
Well, I'd have to
basically have
take
to
it down and then
dismantle it and...
Buy a new one
Or
and put it
reconstruct
somewhere else. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't really have another place to put it. I would just have to not have it.
So let's ask a question or two on that. What about your location south to the west of your deck?
Well, we have 3 dumpsters there for daily pickup.
So that's not feasible.
No.
Isn't there one behind the dumpsters? Because that's a pretty large area.
Well, I have 3 dumpsters. It's pretty, and then we have kegs.
You have kegs?
Yeah, empty kegs go there. So, I mean, if you'd like to come, we have 2 receptacles for dirty linens that we have, and we have space for empty kegs, which is maybe, 25 empty kegs. 3 large dumpsters, and bike storage from my staff.
Do trucks need access to, do they need to get back there to pick up the trash from the dumpsters?
No, we pull the dumpsters out every night and
Okay.
put them back in every day, every morning,
How often is trash picked up?
every day.
Every day?
Well, it's for
Empty-
Sunday, not Sunday.
Sounds like it's not feasible.
They empty 3 dumpsters every day?
I have 2 restaurants there on the
I
property.
understand that. I live down the block.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, maybe 2, I'm not saying 3 are used every day, but, we're pretty busy and,
So, to help the public good, since you're asking for a variance of the previously authorized or required condition of the Development Review Committee, would you be willing to put a green planting line along that area right behind the concrete?
Sure.
To block it?
yeah, and then we also could put bushes in front on the street, but
Well, what I'm saying is, on the street in the grassy area before the fence.
yeah, sure, yeah, of
Would you
course.
plant
Yeah.
how high is the shed?
Well, it's about 10 feet
So would you
max.
plant 10 feet greenery to block that?
Well, I don't know.
Create a little green barrier going
Sure.
towards your entrance more, say, ending where the first or second car spot is, like where there's one car now, let's say go a little further, so from the line, the end of the line, going
Here,
going now
here, and
west.
there.
So-
I could put something in front on label and then maybe over on the side of the brook. There's no place to plant in the parking lot because then we lose
Yeah,
parking
no,
spaces.
I'm just talking about,
Oh, sure.
I'm talking about running from down past the shed on the inside.
Sure.
By the brook.
Okay.
And then making an L back down towards where that car is on this picture right here.
Yeah?
And how many more spots till your opening entrance? Past that car?
There's probably like 6 spots. Well, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots.
So maybe split that difference, go 3, so people can still see the...
Yeah, I'd be afraid of,
of
pulling
coming
out the driveway.
I understand. That's what I'm saying.
It's bad enough as it is with all
Right.
the,
Right, so...
things that
so
go on
let's
in our
say you went-
neighborhood.
So let's say you went two past...
Sure.
Two more spots, or make it 3 spots past the shed, going west,
3 spots.
so that there wouldn't be, so that you
You
wouldn't...
you don't think that would,
3 spots along Label. That's
Along
you don't
Label.
think, you don't think that that would obstruct view coming out of that driveway?
I'd leave that to our engineer to decide,
So you're talking about in the right-of-way? that
in the
we-
right-of-way.
So there's an existing...
Depends how wide the opening is
here,
for the
yeah.
driveway.
Yeah, so it appears that there's one existing street tree that is already on label there. A little bit of room to the, if you're facing the property. If you're looking at the shed to the left side, just a little off to the left of the shed.
Well, the street trees
long
in
belt.
in the front grassy area, I'm talking about in the back grassy area, right along the fence.
So figure 6.
So you're saying, okay, in
Ms.
that
Tally's
smaller
report.
belt
Smaller-
immediately against the fence?
Right.
Okay.
To plant a 10-foot-high, now, if it's my own property and we didn't have some kind of ordinance against it, I would suggest bamboo, but that's not, that's not allowed. So some other...
Well, like skip laurel or
So-
something.
Exactly, something
Yeah.
10 feet, something, because I like bamboo, but...
It would have to be fairly, yeah, I don't even know if skip laurel would work, because you only have like 2 feet before the sidewalk.
Yeah, I don't know what
So-
He and
I
I
can
do
put
this
there.
all.
I can
Arborvitae
ask
is
someone.
something that's a very upright.
Oh, whatever. I'll do whatever they want.
Anyway, I think you know what I mean.
That's fine.
Some tall planting that blocks the shed.
I can ask Lisa Mira. her
That's
suggestion.
appropriate for the area that'll be
Yeah.
a nice addition to the street,
Okay.
block the shed, and still give you sufficient egress and access view for cars so that there's no danger, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think if it could extend in front of the 2 spots immediately adjacent, so it helps screen on the angle when
Exactly.
you're approaching to
Exactly.
see the shed, but it'll still give enough distance to the entrance from the rear of the property
Exactly.
on that frontage.
Exactly.
How come the applicant didn't get a building permit for the shed?
Oh, because we just, to be honest, just had no idea that we would need a building permit to put up a shed on our property. It's our fault. It's just ignorance.
Sheds over 100 feet,
Yeah,
you could go
it's right in there.
online. Sheds over 100 feet require a building permit. It's very easy to find out. So, and the reason why the building permit over 100 square feet exists, not for zoning, when they're larger, the township construction office needs to make sure they're constructed appropriately, tied down, it's resistant to storms and that sort of thing. And that's the purpose of a building permit, not necessarily in terms of visual.
We just,
So
I
would
just
you
didn't
be
think about
willing
it.
to, despite, screening, would you put it through a process where we know it's safe at least?
Sure.
I mean, that's the point of the, that's the point of the code, right?
Inspecting it and approving it, or apply retroactively.
Retroactively, right, yeah. That would be,
That's an appropriate comment. But
Thanks.
again, ignorance is no excuse, but it was...
No, I mean, I'm just telling the truth. We never dreamed in a million years we'd have to get a permit to put up a shed. And I'm sorry for that,
I may be moving a little backwards here, but I'm just wondering, when you originally agreed to remove the shed, was there a game plan then? And what changed from then to now?
I just take down the shed. I mean, I'm sorry, this is just, it's just,
But you need the shed, so you'd rather not take down the shed, but...
what changed was, I thought that I could get away with it, but then I realized I just have a lot of things I needed it for. So I came back and asked politely if I could keep it.
When you say get away with it, you meant that you thought you...
Not get away with the variance,
No,
correct.
I thought I could get away with taking it down, but I
Okay.
do need it,
That you would have alternative locations to store...
I thought I would have an alternative location for it.
But that is the same question I was waiting to ask as well, is if this was agreed to previously, there must have been somewhere that those items were intended to go that did not work out. So just for us to understand, because I don't
So
think
it's either
often-
that,
Yeah.
or it's either that, or you just didn't examine the situation carefully enough
Well, I
to
was
begin with.
sitting here in one of these situations, and I was kind of like, same with the plants. I was kind of like, yeah, I'll do it. You know, I'm trying to be, you know, I'm trying to do what I have to do. So I agreed to it, but then when I went back, I was like, oh, where am I going to put all this stuff?
That makes sense.
And we came back and
It's-
said, hey,
yeah, I mean, you know,
what do you think?
You didn't think it through, you didn't, you know, no shame in that, you know, people make mistakes
I'm
all
not-
the time,
I'm not
you know?
ashamed.
So it's...
And if there
it's-
wasn't a plan, that's
Yeah.
the answer. We were
Yeah.
just wondering what the plan was at the time.
There was no plan. I
Right.
came in, as a matter of fact, the reason I was here was about the parking lot
And the
and the handicap access I need to put in, and the deck. I mean, the shed came out, that just came out of the
Well, that's
blue.
when we did our plan review, we realized that the shed went up without any permits or approvals.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't hiding it, obviously.
Right.
You know, it's right there in the
It's right
street,
there.
you know,
Not that you
I
could.
just didn't know. I mean, I didn't know.
It's there. So-
Sharon, how long has Egan's been there? How long have you been in business?
Almost 15 years.
Almost 15 years. And would you say that without the shed, it would, yeah, I mean, you're not going to go out of business
My
if the
life would
shed's
go on
not-
without the shed,
Right.
yes, and I would probably
But it makes
deal with
but it
that.
makes your business a lot easier, and it makes your job and your, your life running the restaurant easier, right?
It does, yes.
Okay, and how many people do you employ on an average basis?
In the two buildings, about 100 people.
Good, thank you.
I have a
Thank you, Robin.
question. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of goodwill towards Egan's, right? But because I recently went through this, trying to get a shed put on my property in an ideal location, and I went before the zoning board, and they did not give me the variance that I needed, and I lost parking spots, I'm not entirely sympathetic, having gone through this, especially because their reason was, the zoning board's reason was, it sets a precedent, and therefore they cannot do this in a little area of my property that was hidden away from everything. They just wouldn't do it. So I don't, I'm like, we love Egan's, we go to Egan's, but nonetheless, are we setting a precedent that the zoning board wouldn't do for a little residential shed? I don't know.
Well,
Just throwing that out there.
If I could just respond to that, first of all, your house obviously is in a very nice residential neighborhood. This is in the C2, commercial zoning district.
Well, I would take
And
issue with
also-
that, because there are properties there that likely, may be developed in the future. So that could be a residential area. So we don't want to give
But
somebody a
it's only-
variance.
But
Yeah,
it's
sorry.
only commercial, and the only other thing I would point out, Ms. Lockman, is it's an unusual property in that it's a through lot. There is no rear yard. Both sides are front yards.
I agree with you, but there are places you could store receipts and boxes of papers rather than a shed on the property, if you want to go by the letter of the law.
Well, we need a variance, we acknowledge that. I think this is a much different situation than...
This is not important. I'm going to take on the shed.
No.
Alan, this is ridiculous. I'm sorry. I'm offended. This is ridiculous. I know you want me to stop talking, but...
I think you should let the board make a decision.
All right, they can make their
Sharon,
decision,
don't-
whatever.
don't-
All right.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Egan? We have no other witnesses.
No, I don't have any further questions. Does anybody on the board have any further questions?
Am I done?
Anybody in the public have any questions? Do you want to be heard, Mr. Tremulant?
Well, I would only repeat what we've already said. It is a unique property in that it's a through lot. Shed, I don't think there's anywhere on the property where the shed could be located without removing parking spaces, and everyone knows parking is serious demand in this neighborhood. I don't think there's anywhere it could be located without a variance. It's situated in what is functionally the rear of the property. It's been there for several years. Ms. Egan has indicated a willingness to provide arborvitae that would block the view of the shed from the Label Street side and essentially eliminate any visual impact from it being in this location. And again, this is a business that's been in town for 15 years. As she indicated, employs over 100 people between the two restaurants. And there is no realistic alternative in terms of storing property that needs to be stored on the property. And I don't think it's a significant intrusion, given what's located to the rear of the property currently, which is the old inspection station and across the street, and a very commercial zone. So, for those reasons, I think, this satisfies probably both C1 and C2 criteria, since it is an unusual property, given that it's a through lot, and also I think the benefits outweigh any detriments. It's hard to see any detriments that would, to the public good, that would result from allowing the shed to remain in its current location. So for those reasons, I'd ask the board to approve the application. And we would comply with any comments of the board engineers as condition to approval.
Thank you. Anybody wish to be heard?
Sure. So I think there's no reason to be frustrated, Sharon. I'll tell you why. Because everybody in town has to adhere to the existing rules and regulations, and in this particular case, you put something up that wasn't in compliance. Just hear me out, please.
I didn't say anything.
Okay. And the board has tried to work with you and worked with you before for your previous site plan, where I think there were some other variances, and everybody's very happy, of course, with Egan's. So I think there's no reason to get annoyed that you have to adhere to the...
I'll take it down.
Just listen. Listen. There's no reason to get annoyed at having to comply to regulations that everybody else does. That said, I agree with Councilor Trembulak's point that this is a rear yard situation, that there is no rear yard, and that there is difficulty on site relocating this, as you testified. I think that's compelling. And so I would support, giving the benefit to the business and the public good, keeping the shed in that spot, and just putting up some screening that I think we had discussed to block it from the street, and to add a little bit to the public good and allow you to continue to operate in the best way possible. So I see no problem with the condition of adding the green screening, and would move accordingly.
Yeah, and with the notes that Martin mentioned, I think it is in the public good as well, but defer to others to add any other comment.
I have a question actually for you, Stuart. I'd like to just make sure that I understand your conception of what it is that you propose for screening. It looks to me like there's a very narrow band inside the fence. Are you advocating for...
Outside the fence.
So it should be outside the fence.
Outside the fence.
Between the fence and the sidewalk.
Between the fence and the sidewalk, thank you. And that's the, is that the public right away?
It's public land, it's township land.
So what would we have to do to
Is
get...
the fence on the property line?
It's on the property. I just want to take this down.
Ah, that's public land. No, that's not. We're here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. All right, well, that's not going to work.
I'm sorry, I missed.
That's public land.
Well, what if the town, allowed for the plantings? I mean, the board could condition that on obtaining the approval from the township to...
The applicant could make a donation to the township in that regard, and...
In form of plantings?
In the form of plantings, right? Improvement, sidewalk area improvement.
I'm not sure.
Or maybe some trees in the public in this, instead of a screening, if they can't get approval for the screening, then maybe a couple of trees along to continue the tree line.
Would be concerned in
Maple
terms
Street.
of if you would like to try to guarantee it goes in that location, and you're going to have it as some form of a condition of the acceptance of the funds, that they be planted on that block for the purpose of screening the rear of the developments in that area.
So you're proposing rather than putting screening bushes?
No, we're,
Proposing trees?
no, we're proposing the screening
Okay.
bushes as a donation,
Okay.
provided the appropriate department agrees and the manager agrees, or whoever has to approve that.
I think
Or if they have an alternative preference, then to go with that preference. If they don't think that it's appropriate to have the screening bushes there, they might think street trees or something like that.
Right, I mean,
Just-
clearly you'd have to maintain it. You know, if you're putting bushes and they have to be trimmed.
That was my question. Who maintains this?
Well,
I maintain the lawn
I
now.
know, the owners maintain the grass. The expectation would be you'd be maintain all the
Yes.
planting and the
Yeah,
trimming.
one of the things we started some time ago was a streetscape subcommittee to then deal with parking lots, commercial
Right.
parking lots, and it just hasn't moved ahead, and it needs to. Just this kind of barrier at the face of parking lots is what was envisioned. So this could be a nice first step that accommodates the business owner, screens the parking lot a little bit, helps the town. I can't see the township departments impacted disagreeing with a donation to allow that kind of street improvement. And I'm sure the counselor for that area would want to help that. This fourth floor?
I do have another concern, a logistical concern. Do we know how wide that strip is between the sidewalk and the fence?
No, because the plans are correct.
Right,
No,
okay.
it's late.
Well, that's why I'm saying that since we don't know those particulars, if the town does not want to approve putting bushes there, then there might be an alternative that the town would approve to improve the planting on the street along that parking lot.
I mean, the site plan is incorrect. It doesn't have this area dimensioned correctly at all. In order for us to, if the board is interested in approving this, I think one condition should be that they submit a revised correct site plan that has the correct measurements, because what we have right now doesn't show that planting strip, and the sidewalk's in the wrong location.
Well, and the site plan also shows the shed on half a
Right.
lot of
It
landscaping.
doesn't have the right size of the
When the photos
shed.
show that it's taking up basically that whole area. That's why it's hard to reconcile the site plan to the
Absolutely,
photos.
yes.
And in keeping with my resolution,
Shows, yeah.
Counselor Schlager has advised that it's in her ward, and seems willing to assist in that. So I think you have approval from the local counselor right here.
Well, we need formal approval from the
Yeah.
town, I understand that, but I think we understand the condition that, it would either be for the town to approve what we've discussed in terms of arborvitae screening, or if not, perhaps some alternative plan, such as perhaps a couple of street trees, or whatever else the town might prefer, other than what we've discussed.
Right, I think one way or the other that would improve the streetscape.
Mr. Trembulac, when you said that you would comply with the engineer's recommendations, does that include what he wrote in his report?
I need to find the report, but...
Also, in the report, I touched on just the concern of the foundation of the shed and what it was sitting on. It appears to be sitting on either native ground or on planter blocks.
Looks like cinder blocks to me.
And I think that the condition we discussed earlier of retroactively submitting to the construction department relative to a shed permit and then having it inspected, if it's an adequate foundation to their inspection and the shed can stand up and is stable, I'd be okay with it staying in the current conditions and not having to do further improvements. I am concerned that any further improvements, trying to pick it up and relocate it and put it back down on a new foundation would really render it useless and having to install a new shed.
Building department approval will
Right.
take care of that concern.
Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Well, I still have something to say. I'm a little concerned about the optics of this. It looks like we're making kind of, an exception or whatever because we know Egan's, we go there, you're on a first-name basis with the applicant. And to me, and as I said, having gone through an application for a shed myself and being told that, you can't get it because you'd set a precedent, I'm concerned about that. And I think this, next time someone comes before us with a variance request for something that's, not within the 6-foot boundary from the property line, are we going to be as open or what?
As you heard, the difference here is that this particular property doesn't have a rear yard. That's the difference.
I understand that, Martin, but it has...
So that creates the need for a variance.
It's also in a commercial zone.
Martin. I understand that, but we have buildings there that there is, scuttlebutt around here talking about them being developed, so this could potentially be a residential area as well, building some kind of apartment near the train station. I know it hasn't happened yet, but we are planners. And to me, it seems like, as I said, there's a lot of friendliness going on here that I take exception to. I think if everybody has to abide by the same rules, I don't know why this applicant doesn't. And I understand it's a commercial zone at the moment, but it's a changing area as well.
Well, the one thing I was wondering, just kind of going along with what you were saying, was, is there any way to put a small shed kind of near where the dumpsters are in that back kind of corner? Just thinking, business records, to me, it seemed like you could put them, off-site, but I understand the need for lawnmowers.
Well, I have a lot, it's multi-purpose. I have lawnmowers and, we have party supplies.
Sure.
Things like that.
Is there any space underneath the deck that you're building?
Oh, no.
No?
No.
Lawnmowers don't fit
It's on the
in-
brook.
Lawnmowers that can't fit under a deck?
Well, not really, no.
It's already, all that work's been completed.
Yeah, it's completed.
Right.
It's been up for over a year and a half. There's no access. There's no access to under the deck.
You can make access to it if you need it.
Let's just get it. Let's just finish. Okay.
Martin's made a motion. Have you had enough clarity on your questions, Art, with respect to the conditions that go along with the motion?
Yes, I believe now that these have been fully aired with regard to where the plantings are proposed to be put and how it will be addressed in terms of the township, I have enough clarity on that. Thank you.
I always feel, and I still continue to feel, that we judge each application on its own. If I thought that there was a danger that this was going to set a precedent, I wouldn't be willing to second the motion. But I think that given the property that we're dealing with, its location, the nature of the structure, while I don't necessarily agree with everything or the reasoning that the applicant has put forth, I think that there's sufficient grounds to grant a variance here. And that I don't think that in granting it, there'll be any harm to the public good, and that that I see adequate grounds to grant the variance. So I am seconding the motion. And
just a point of discussion before the vote is taken. If the township decides in its wisdom that it does not want to have the screen, if the township decides in its wisdom that it does not want to have the screening that's being proposed here, where will that leave this?
Well, I think what we've discussed is that the proposal of the screening or any alternative for planting that the town might feel appropriate for that streetscape.
I understood that.
So if the town doesn't feel that anything else is appropriate,
Right.
I can't imagine that they would say that, but if that was the case, then so be it. I'm willing to leave that to the township's discretion. If they don't want any, if for some reason they don't want any additional planting on the street, then I don't think it's likely, but I think that that's what we'll have to abide by.
And who makes that decision? And the township?
Public Works.
Public Works?
It's Department of Community Services.
So would the shed remain then, if they say no screening, no plantings?
Yes.
The shed will remain without being screened? in that
It would
situation?
remain exactly how it looks today.
Which is like a green metal shed, large green metal shed.
I make a financial contribution.
Right. That's sitting in a parking lot.
Yeah.
Well, partially visible to the street because it's partially shielded on the side of the brook with a lot of greenery and planting. So it's, the part that's visible is basically in the parking lot, and it's not really any more unattractive than any of the cars that are parked in that parking lot.
But if it were pushed back a little with the 6 foot on both sides, it would be more away from the public
If
view.
it were located in a different position in the parking lot, yes, it
Which
would
it
be,
could
it would be more desirable. But this isn't, it's not a contest here of the most desirable, it's a contest of whether or not this meets the criteria for a variance.
And frankly, a smaller shed would provide more room for landscaping. You know, it's just the fact that it's a very large shed.
It is a very large shed.
For that location.
Can I just say something?
So, well, you know what, here, we have a motion, and we have it seconded. Can we do the vote?
Sure.
And be done with this, one way or the other?
Okay.
Because I don't think that there's any benefit to be had to discussing it any further.
Okay. Mr. Cook?
Nay.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Ms. Willis?
It was a very unusual discussion, I must say that. And I find that each application is, in my opinion, to be judged on its own merits, on its individual merits. I found myself supporting the application. I'm a little confused by the discussion that we've had tonight, and rather than be taken aback by it any further, I guess I will bend my own feelings at this moment and just go ahead and agree to it. But I am concerned that we have an application that has been withdrawn and put back in, withdrawn and put back in, and we have a board member who is concerned about a personal misfortune. And I just find it an uncomfortable discussion this evening. But I will say yes.
Okay. Mr. Rooney?
No.
Mr. Ian Wally?
I'm okay as long as it gets a building department review for safety. I think that's in the...
That's part of the
condition, yes.
Ms. Lockman?
No.
Mr. Gilmer?
Yes.
I don't think,
But I don't
you don't
think-
vote, I'm
yeah.
sorry. Mr. Brodock?
No.
Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
And Mr. Nguyen?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Passes.
Next on our agenda is the application of M&M Tyler, LLC.
This applicant...
That's on November 4th.
Yeah, the applicant's requested it be postponed.
Really, you gotta get you to put this in some different color. You know, because I'm looking at the agenda and it looks all integrated into the description. So that brings us to 120 Valley Road.
Right.
I don't think
No, but it's, what do you do with it? But what do you do with it, you know?
I would think it's something every couple of months, but if they spend that much time.
It's worth it to him.
Exactly.
He has no other place to go.
Exactly.
And she should have kept her mouth shut. She signed in.
I know.
I mean, now because we're going to have another company, business that comes
I know
before
you
us that
feel
isn't so
strongly.
friendly, Sharon and Martin and
No, I don't think that was,
they all know each other.
but I don't think that's it. I don't know, maybe a person who's angry has to recuse themselves. I'm just saying that, I'm just saying I thought the whole thing was uncomfortable. It was very uncomfortable. And I know that I've had some incidents with the town that I got a little bruised by, but I tried not to make that a part of my decision.
All right. If we can proceed, members of the board. Good evening, Counselor.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name again is Tom Troutner. I'm an attorney from the law firm of Chiesa, Shahenian, and Giantomasi. I'm here this evening on behalf of the applicant, 120 Valley Road LLC. Concerns property located at 120 Valley Road, Block 1507, Lot 11, located in the OR3 district. This is an application for preliminary and final major site plan approval, along with variances to allow for the occupancy of an existing building with both proposed for both medical office and general office now. The building in question is actually in your packets. I believe Ms. Talley has some nice photos of it in her report dated October 15th. It's the Girl Scout building. My clients are the contract purchasers of the building. We are this evening seeking 3 variances. A variance for the number of parking spaces. There are 48 parking spaces that would be required per the proposed use of the building. There's currently 30 parking spaces at the site. One of those spaces shouldn't be there, so actually at the end of the day we'll have 29 spaces. You'll hear testimony regarding that this evening. We seek a variance from Section 347, Section 110-1A2 of the Township Code regarding wall-mounted business signs. Signs are not permitted to extend beyond the portion of the building occupied by a referenced business. The applicant proposes to put a business sign on the front facade of the building, although the business that'll be referenced in that sign, it's the medical use, is actually located in the rear of the building, so that actually triggers a variance. And then last but not least, in the rear of the building where the parking lot is located, we're proposing to put a sign on a glass door. Pursuant to Section 347, 110-2B of the Township Code, we believe we need a variance for a window sign, in as much as glass signs must face a street on a municipal parking lot. The sign on our glass door faces a private parking lot, so that's the variance. We have with us 3 witnesses this evening. Dr. Joseph Bell Pianta, who's a representative of the applicant and the doctor in question for the proposed medical use. He'll speak about the proposed use of the building. We have Franz Locke here from SESI Engineering. He'll review the existing site conditions and the proposed site improvements, and I'll address items in the board engineer's report. And then lastly, we have Jonathan Estrani from Stonefield Engineering. He's going to present our professional planning testimony this evening in support of the requested variances and speak to how we believe the application will satisfy the requisite statutory criteria. So with that, I would seek to have Dr. Joseph Bell Pianta come up and be sworn in.
Before you do that, you want to...
Sure. Let me give the list of exhibits that have been marked into the record. A1 is the application. A2 is the certification of taxes paid. A3 is the certification of publication, proof of publication. A4 is the affidavit of service. A5 is the site plan from Sessi Construction Engineers, dated 10/4/2019. A6 is the architectural drawings prepared by AA Architecture, one page dated 10/10/19. A7 is the 2 pages of architectural drawings prepared by AA Architects dated June 7th, 2019. A8 is the 3-page set of signage details prepared by Sign Up Pros, undated but stamped 10/10/19. A9 is the report from Suburban Consulting Engineers dated July 11th, 2019, and A10 is the planning report dated October 15th, 2019.
Mr. Trotner, did you also mention the height of the sign as well? Is a variance, is that still?
So we actually, there was, and in the original application that was proposed, there were different variances because there was a different sign configuration. I should have mentioned this in my introduction. We met with the board's Development Review Committee in advance of coming here, and based on some feedback and comments, we resubmitted a sign application, which is, I guess, now A8. It's a 10/10 submission, and that proposes different proposal for signage where we eliminated the height and came into the sign band and addressed a couple of the issues that were in Janice's earlier.
And reduced the area, the size of the directory
size,
sign, so it now meets our requirements.
Okay, just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Would you please use that microphone and state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Joseph Bellapianta. I'm an orthopedic surgeon in town.
So, Dr. Bellapianta, you're a member of the Limited Liability Corporation? That's the 120 Valley Road LLC that's the applicant this evening?
Yes.
Okay. And the applicant, I'm correct in saying, is the contract purchaser of the building in question?
Yes.
Okay. And I wanted to talk to you, I guess, a little bit about the purpose of the application tonight. Where are your offices currently located?
So I currently have an office in Belleville, Montclair, and Paramus, and I'm in Montclair on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and I rent space from Mountainside Hospital, so I'm in a small suite above the Harry's Pavilion, and they're turning the floor into a cancer center, and so I need to relocate out of that space.
And so why are you looking to relocate to this particular building in Montclair?
Well, I grew up around here. I went to MKA. I've been a part of this community for a long time, ever since I was a kid. I just want to come back into town, and I like the town, and I've built up my practice here, and I want to plant my roots here and have a practice for many decades to come in this town.
Are you looking to expand your practice as part of the application for which we're seeking approval this evening?
No, I'm a solo practitioner. I've been by myself for 4 years. I've been with other groups for 3.5. I've been with other groups prior to starting my own practice, and I have no desire to grow any more than I currently am.
Okay. Now, so we mentioned that you're a member of the LLC. Another member of the LLC is your brother?
Yes.
And what does your brother do for a living?
He does commercial real estate.
And he has what's the name of his company?
Camber Real Estate Partners.
Is it intended that Camber will also occupy some of the office space in this building?
Yes, we're looking forward to sharing a building together and seeing each other, having lunch together, all the above.
Okay. So, can you tell me what's the approximate percentage of the building that your medical practice would occupy in terms of the available space, office space?
I don't know the exact numbers, but most of the primary floor.
Okay, so 60%? That
Yes.
sounds fair? Okay. And then we mentioned a portion of the building will be leased by your brother's company?
Yes.
And there's a proposal to potentially lease the remaining to a conforming use tenant? Does that sound?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you give the board a little bit of the benefit of your business operations that you would propose in terms of you're not seeking to expand your practice, but what does your practice consist of in terms of number of doctors and patients that would visit, that type of thing?
Sure. So I'm in Belleville on Mondays. I'm in Paramus on Wednesdays. So I expand, I try to make myself available for patients. I'm also in Edison, which I started in February, every other Friday. So I go down there with a couple of my staff members, a handful of the clinical staff, and we go down and we see patients down there to try to make ourselves available to some of the folks a little further south. I do about 10 or 15 surgeries a week, 12 surgeries a week. It varies, so I'm not in the office during those times. I'm in, tomorrow I start off most of the, till noon, I'm in the operating room, and then I'll go see some patients in the afternoon.
At what hospital?
Tomorrow I'm at a surgery center. Mountainside Hospital is where I do most of the larger, the joint replacements and things like that. Smaller cases, surgery center type cases, I have a handful of surgery centers around. Yeah. And
So if there's no intention to make this a surgery center?
no,
is it?
not
Okay.
at all.
So you would see, approximately how many patients would you envision that when you're keeping hours and seeing patients at the office?
I see about 4 to 6 patients an hour that come in.
And again, you don't perform any procedures on those patients, it's just...
Yeah, I will do a cortisone injection in their knee or lubrication injections for arthritis and these sorts of things. Just the general office orthopedic stuff, but no major procedures or anything. Cast removals, cast applications, but nothing major in the office setting.
So now, in terms of parking requirements, you mentioned possibly 4 to 6 patients per hour if you're there seeing patients. You obviously need a parking space. How many employees do you envision on site that would need parking spaces?
There'll be 5 to 6 employees with me on site when I'm seeing patients there, plus myself.
Okay, so that's, so we'll say on the high side, that's yourself, 6, 7, so then plus if you have patients coming in, so maybe 13 parking spaces. You're thinking that's critical mass of...
That would be the most we would have.
The peak, okay. Now, we mentioned your brother has a real estate investment company.
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many employees they have?
2 to 3.
Okay, and are they in the office or are they on the road?
They're most of the time on the road,
All right.
checking out properties. My brother's driving around with his analyst. Together, the two of them are mostly on the road.
All right, so fair to say if somebody needed parking space, you're thinking 1 to 2 parking spaces?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, so should ask you, how is medical waste handled in your building? Because I can ask our engineer, but I figure you're the better guy to ask.
However it's appropriately needs to be taken care of, that's how I will do it. I currently am part of the hospital, so there's shredding, sharps disposal, but one of my friends, Dr. Von Roth, who's an orthopedic doc about 100 yards away, I would ask him, how do you do it? And I would do it the exact same way. I'd follow appropriate guidelines in order to do it properly.
Okay. Actually, don't have any further questions of Dr. Belpianta, but certainly.
What days do you plan to practice in Montclair?
Tuesday, Thursday are my current Montclair days, so I would probably keep those.
Saturdays?
Never.
Okay.
Holidays, never. I work enough.
Mr. Trout, you mentioned this is the former Girl Scout, Boy Scout building?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if the Boy Scouts are there.
Oh,
but
definitely
Girl Scouts, yeah.
Oh, oops. So what is in there currently? I pass it quite often, but I don't always pay attention to, isn't it a dialysis?
There's a dialysis center, I believe, is at one of the neighboring properties.
Oh, okay.
This property is, I believe the Girl Scouts may still have a few people in there in terms of winding down their operations, but they're...
I see, but that's a different building?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's a different
okay.
building.
And so who is in there now, in this building?
The Girl Scouts.
Okay.
I'm sorry, in the building that we're purchasing, which
Yes.
is the application for the Girl
Yes,
Scouts.
okay.
Yeah.
So and they'll vacate, and this would be the only, the medical suite and the real estate would be the only occupants in the building?
Well, there's there'll be the medical suite, there'll be the real estate practice,
Right.
which is his brother, and then there is an opportunity for some additional office tenants, which we'll speak to in terms of that square footage. It's, what I'll tell you in advance is based on the square footage, if it was rented out, it would require 11 parking spaces, and we believe we have enough, but
Okay,
we can get
okay.
to that.
Good. Thank you.
So is the office,
No,
sorry. Is the office going to be closed the days you're not in there?
Too soon.
Sorry.
Hold on.
The question, the office will not be closed. The phones will be ringing, authorizations and these sorts of behind-the-scenes business things are happening from 9 to 5
Right.
when I'm not there.
So still, it'll be occupied Monday through Friday?
9 to 5, Monday to Friday, definitely. That's when people, that's when my employees come and leave. But so we have late, sometimes we'll stay till 6 on, Monday or Tuesday to accommodate, Mondays in Belleville, Tuesdays in Montclair to accommodate after-work folks.
I'm sorry, I think I missed that. So your employees will be there, even though you're only going to be there Tuesday and Thursday, is that correct?
My employees will be there 5 days a week.
5 days a week, okay, thanks.
Do you anticipate any changes to the facade of the building in any of your occupying or rental efforts?
Is that for me or for you?
We can both answer, but the short answer is, other than the signage that's proposed for the front of the building and on the glass door in the rear, no changes to the facade are contemplated or would be permitted without us coming back here, which we don't have any plans to do.
Is there still going to be the directory that goes on the front of the building?
So what we'll get to that in a moment, but if you were to refer to Exhibit A8 in your package, which is the signage details, you would see there's a Bella Pianta Orthopedic Sports Medicine in the signage band, a small directory sign to the lower left of that, and then again the glass door in the rear. So that's really the only.
So it's kind of like 2 signs on the front, one on the window or on the door in the back?
Yeah, and we'll get to it, but it's the entrance to the doctor's office is sort of people parking would come in the rear. They could access the doctor's office by coming through the front door as well, and obviously the other tenants, to the extent there's one right now and possibly could be 2, that's the directory sign for just noting those tenants are located in the building.
Okay.
And I note that you're reducing the impervious coverage and adding more lawn and plantings, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, and we could...
The back corner.
Yeah, we'll have our engineers speak to that. There were some recommendations that were made by the board's professionals, and we've agreed to basically comply with those to bring the site into conformance with, or closer into conformance, yeah.
All right.
Anything further?
Not with Dr. Belpianta, but we could...
Any further questions from the board?
One quick question. So regarding the medical waste and things like that, the dumpsters would be in the back of the building in the parking lot, I presume, and we wouldn't be able to see them from Valley Road?
No.
So they'd be...
It's where the current dumpster currently is, all the way in the back left portion.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. It's all the way in the back. It's against the back of the property.
Okay, so it'll stay there?
It'll stay right there.
Okay. Oh, here we have a picture. Thank you.
Mr. Troutner, you're going to have the parking person come, right? Traffic guy?
Yeah, so we have
Okay.
he actually has the distinction of being a qualified traffic expert and a professional planner, so I'm going to seek to qualify him as both.
Other questions from the board? Any questions from the public of this witness concerning his testimony? Oh, next witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So next, we have Franz Lacki from CSI. So we'd seek to have him sworn in, and I'll seek to have him qualified as an expert in the field of civil engineering.
Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Can you please state and perhaps even spell, so that we have it correctly in the record, your full name and business affiliation?
All right, my name is Franz Lacki, F-R-A-N-Z-L-A-K-I. I'm with SCSI Consulting Engineers.
So, Mr. Lacki, can you give the board a brief overview of your educational background and work experience? Again, seeking to get you qualified as an expert in the field of civil engineering.
I have a bachelor's and master's degree from NJIT in civil engineering. I have my professional engineering license in New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania. I've been at this about 8 years. I've been in front of several planning boards and zoning boards in the past.
You've been qualified as an expert witness in the field of civil engineering?
Yes.
We'll accept them.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lockey, I'm going to, the board has it in their application, I believe, as Exhibit A5. We have apologies, we're a little old school, but I can move it around. We have a site plan which we're going to refer to as Exhibit S1. And Mr. Lockey, could you just give the board the describing what this exhibit depicts?
Okay, this exhibit is a site plan of the existing lot with some minor proposed improvements. On the right-hand side of the board depicts the proposed signage with the dimensions. There's a zoning table map on it, along with some zoning information and parking calculations. In the center of the site plan page is the actual site plan itself. It depicts a property located at 120 Valley Road in Montclair, block 1507, lot 11. It's in the OR zone, garden apartments and office buildings, 0.52 acres, and it is approximately 400 feet northeast of Claremont Avenue.
Could you describe the existing building in terms of what's there now?
So the existing building is a 1.5-story masonry building with a 5,764 square foot footprint. It has the upper level extends the full length of the building. The lower level is a little shorter, so you got to walk out on the upper level and a walk out on the lower level. The frontage on Valley Road is 2 stories. The frontage in the rear of the property is only 1 story.
And in terms of the existing parking spaces at the site, can you describe what's there now?
So there is currently 30 existing parking spaces. One of those parking spaces was not on the originally approved plan, so that parking space is going to be removed. It's currently right in front of the dumpster enclosure, so it impedes access to dumpster, and we're going to remove that, bringing the parking count back down to 29.
And you mentioned a dumpster enclosure. Can you describe that particular feature of the site?
Yes. So the dumpster enclosure is straight to the rear of the property down the access aisle. It is enclosed in a approximately 6-foot high board-on-board wooden fence with a gate in the front. It is in good condition at this time. And yeah. Okay. So the board can see the dumpster enclosure is right where I'm pointing here. As I was saying, it's encased in a wooden board-on-board fence on all sides, a wooden gate in the front, concrete pad as a surface for it.
So now, is there any proposal in terms of the proposed parking as opposed to the? I'm sorry. In terms of the proposal, as far as proposed parking as opposed to existing, you've already mentioned removing 1 space in front of the dumpster. Is there any proposals regarding any reconfiguration of the handicap spaces on the site?
The handicap spaces are over on the north end of the property. There's currently 2 handicap spaces there. We are reconfiguring the handicap spaces to provide adequate van access. It's basically widening the access aisle in between the 2 spaces. And with the handicap access, there is a handicap accessible entrance in the rear of the property, which is immediately adjacent to those 2 parking spaces. Yes?
Is there a drop-off for that back door?
We do not have a drop-off area by the back door? No.
So pointing to that, where would people just drop off or station people in a wheelchair?
Well, they can pull into this drive aisle and drop the patient off and then back out. Or they can pull into another one of the adjacent spaces or in the handicap space to unload a handicapped patient, and then they can proceed inside. The door is located approximately right.
Why are you allocating the common and utility spaces to this parking lot portion? And I know that you're considering them to be an extension of the space shared.
Yes, they are. They.
The common space is 630 feet on the first floor. I'm just wondering if it's being over too conservative.
I think it's based on a gross floor area in the ordinance.
Yeah, we
Not
thought
net.
we were actually required to do that, but I wouldn't disagree that we are making parking counts based on common space.
It could be a little less if the common space is just 2 toilet areas and the kitchenette that probably wouldn't be occupied by its own users. So the people that are generated by the space are really within the actual office.
But we don't, our ordinance isn't for net. So that would, just the way our ordinance works, it's a gross floor area, not a net floor area. That's why they did it this way. So realistically speaking, you're correct, but that's not the way our ordinance was written.
It's not the space that's dedicated for the alcohol.
Would you turn it right so it's very hard?
So, Mr. Lockey, just to go back, actually, there was some discussion of parking requirements a moment ago. There's 48 spaces required for the site, correct?
Yes.
All right, and Dr. Belpianta had mentioned that he predicts his medical practice in a peak condition would need 13 spaces. What's your understanding of the need for other offices, not including Dr. Belpianta or the Canberra real estate? In other words, those offices downstairs.
Not including those two areas, just including the offices in the lower level. According to the ordinance, we're required 12 spaces, and there's 13 left over in our 29. We've got 13 for Belpiante, 3 for Canberra, and then gives us 13 extras.
Okay. So now, you mentioned, or I think there had been a question by Mr. Schwartz regarding removing impervious coverage. Can you speak to that?
So we are removing impervious coverage. There is a patio to the north of the building, as well in the back, in the back corner. There's a small little patio seating area almost that are both being removed, and they're going to be replaced with grass and appropriate plantings to mimic the rest of the area.
And Mr. Lockey, can you describe the proposed signage that's indicated on the exhibit S1 for the site?
Yes, so there are 3 proposed signs. One is in the front of the building on Valley Road. It's above the door. It is 26 inches tall and 65 inches long. I should grab my sheet. In addition, there is a directory sign, which is to the left of the front entrance, and that is approximately 26 inches high and 20 inches wide, and that will list out the tenants of the building. And additionally, there is a vinyl lettering sign, a decal on the rear door, which is the main entrance to the upper level and the medical use here. And that is approximately 18.4 inches high and 29.2 inches wide of a white vinyl lettering.
So I have a question for you. Is the lettering over the door, is that similar to the Girl Scout lettering in size that's up there now?
I'm not sure the exact height of the Girl Scout lettering, but it stays within the sign band.
I think it may actually be currently in the rear of the building, and it's on page 4 of Ms. Talley's October 15th memo, you can see the Girl Scouts have a banner sign that's over the
I was
door.
looking at the front.
Oh, yeah,
yeah.
I think this sign might be slightly taller, but, yes.
How
But
tall
it
did
still
you say
fits
it-
within the sign band.
How tall did you say the sign was?
The sign is
16?
Sorry, 16 inches high. I had
Okay.
said it was 26.
That's right.
That's why I grabbed my notes off the table.
No problem. Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
No further questions of this witness, Mr. Chairman, but certainly if the board has questions.
Board members?
If you're gonna have some late nights, that like the doctor suggested, how is the lighting back there? 'Cause I know that part of Valley Road is kind of dark.
We have don't plan on increasing the light back there at all. I understand it's probably adequately lit for the few patients that will be there. They'll be parked close to the door. And if that becomes an issue, may add some kind of building mounted to lights or something to that effect.
Well, then we would need to have that on
Yeah,
the
we
plan.
don't have any plans.
We don't have any
We don't have any
plans,
plans
sorry.
down
We don't
there.
have
We
any
should
plans for that.
There's one
clarify
light
that.
pole, it looks like there's one
That's,
light pole.
yeah, my understanding is there's a light pole back there, and
Does that adequately light the parking lot to the standards of the township?
There's one light pole. We have not analyzed for that effect. We had no intention on changing any of the lighting out there.
What were the hours of operation again?
9 to 5, I think.
the latest it would be open would be 6 o'clock.
So during this time of year,
It's dark.
it's dark.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is surrounded by multifamily houses, isn't it?
It is, so I apologize, I'm struggling, I was trying to look, it wasn't us, there was an application in, it's gone back a little bit, 2001, so where I assume the lighting on the site was probably visited in the context of its use as an office building. It's the same lighting that's proposed, and that would be, obviously, like, we may be thinking the same thing. I was thinking if we were adding lighting, that it might be a concern for the surrounding residents and neighbors.
Well, I don't know, looking at the aerial shot that's in the planning report, you've got a parking lot and a commercial building to the, I guess that's the south. To the north, you have looks like you have a lot of greenery around the border, and then you have parking lots and rears adjacent. So I guess the concern is about you say that there's going to be adequate lighting, but since you haven't done an analysis of what the lighting is, we don't know whether your assessment of adequate is in fact adequate.
What I could propose in an effort to maybe try not to come back was we could agree that as a condition of approval that we undertake an analysis of whether or not the existing lighting is adequate, and if so, then it can be to be confirmed by the board's engineer, and if inadequate, I guess that part gets a little trickier.
No, I think I think they could submit a lighting plan that meets, currently we have changed our lighting standards since the previous site plan approval. Our new lighting standards require the lot to be illuminated at a consistent level of 0.5-foot candles. So my suggestion is that
Can have a condition that you comply with
that they comply with it, and I'm sure they might have to add
ordinances regarding
some more light
lighting
fixtures.
and submit a revised plan.
Yeah, there's, with the existing single pole, without a number of higher intensity lighting off of the building, which would create some spot lighting to throw to 0.5 at the property line in the rear, the likely would need some improvement of lighting throughout the parking area to be able to satisfy the lighting code.
So we could work with that.
We can do that.
Other questions?
Chairman, if I may. So one thing that, in looking back at the plans during your testimony, I identified that wasn't in my letter relative to the circulation and the 2 handicap parking spaces. They're closest to the building, immediately adjacent to the paver at the entrance to the door. And the aisle there is actually slightly smaller than the aisle on the approach in from the driveway. The in driveway is about 23, 24 feet just closer to, is standard. Whereas on the other side, it's tighter, it's more like 21 feet, which when backing out of the 18-foot spot, doesn't give a lot of wiggle room to be able to adequately hammerhead the vehicle back and out. I'd like to suggest a revision in the site plan on that side. There's about 5 feet unused striping furthest out to the rear in the north by the curb island, and offset that parking those 5 feet, and then stripe a 5-foot no parking area nearest the pavers. That would push the handicap spaces 5 feet further away, but it would give the ability for that vehicle to pull in and out and turn around, particularly as a van accessible space.
And it won't change the existing parking
No,
count?
won't change the count at all. It'll still be the 29 count, but it'll offset kind of a 5-foot dead area into a purposeful area nearest the building.
And make the circulation easier.
And one other point, just the consideration of limited bollards along that edge there. Just noting that the vehicle making that maneuver could potentially back up into the structure, into the building itself, because the pavers are at grade there.
So add bollards near the rear entrance.
Near the rear entrance, across the rear entrance there, yeah. I mean, they could even be really set up against the building as protection to the building, as opposed to at the edge of the parking area.
Excellent.
But either or.
We would agree to comply with those suggestions.
All right. Any other questions, board?
Just, Mr. Lackey, can I just confirm with you that presentation board is the same that was put into the packets for the board?
Yes, it is the same. It is dated October 4th, 2019.
Mr. Lackey, is there a roof on the dumpster or the waste enclosure?
There is no roof on the waste enclosure.
Will you be providing a roof?
We did not intend on providing a roof. That would inhibit the ability for a truck to pick up a dumpster and dispose of it.
Don't they usually just slide it out and then throw it over and slide it back in? But our town ordinance says you need a roof on it.
They could. The
township, I should say.
We can comply.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is it on a concrete pad?
It is on a concrete pad.
And what, so in the back right, I assume that's kind of the northern corner, what's currently there where those pavers are?
That's currently a planter area. There's a little pavers, and I believe there's a couple like park benches for a little sitting area.
Is that space not used?
necessarily.
Is that why you want to remove the benches?
It's not used or needed for the proposed use.
Okay. I kind of like the idea of having a couple of benches somewhere on the property. I mean,
It's
as much as I do like, landscaping and, less hardscaping, I'd be willing to let that one go for leaving benches, but leave that one up to you. And what kind of plantings were you going to put in that area when you take those pavers out?
So it's currently a mulch bed. There's some hydrangeas and smaller kind of plants like that. We would mimic the same type of plants that are currently out there. There's add a couple extras.
Are those all native plants?
Not native. They're all similar to what's already planted.
Would you be willing to put in native plants?
Yeah.
I think we'd be
Yeah.
amenable to suggestions on that front.
I mean, you got to see the question coming.
Yeah.
Yep.
You mean like bamboo?
Well, we can put a lot of bamboo back there.
Mr. Schwartz, only on your property.
Not on his. No invasive species. No invasive species.
Any other questions? Any questions from the public of this witness concerning his testimony? All right, Counselor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So last, we'll ask Jonathan Estrani from Stonefield to come up.
Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state and perhaps even spell your name for the record and your business affiliation?
Sure. For the record, my name is Jonathan Estrani. That's Istranii. I am a principal with Stonefield Engineering and Design, located at 92 Park Avenue in Rutherford, New Jersey. For the benefit of the board, I hold a Bachelor's of Science in Drexel University in the field of civil engineering. Been practicing in the field for over 10 years. I've testified before numerous boards throughout the state of New Jersey in the capacity as a site engineer, traffic engineer, and professional planner. This will be my first time before the Township of Montclair tonight.
And you hold licenses as professional
Yes.
engineer and as
I hold
professional planner?
Both licenses in professional engineering and professional planning in the state of New Jersey. Both licenses are in good standing.
And you've been qualified as an expert in the field of traffic engineering?
Yes.
And you've been qualified as an expert in professional planning?
Yes.
So you now can add Montclair to your resume.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Estrani, were you asked to prepare a planning analysis for purposes of the application for which we're here this evening?
Correct.
And what did you do to prepare that? Prepare yourself to undertake that analysis.
So our office reviewed the submission documents that were presented to the board. We also reviewed your zoning map, zoning ordinances, and master plan. As outlined by the project attorney, the site is located in the garden apartment and office building zone. That's the OR3 zone. Both general office uses and medical uses are permitted in this zone. The applicant is seeking 3 variances here tonight, the first of which is for off-street parking, where 48 spaces are required and 29 are proposed. For the location of the medical office's wall sign, which is located in the front along the roadway on Valley Road, whereas the business operates their main entrances in the rear of the site. And additionally, for a window glass vinyl decal sign, where they're proposing that on the rear entrance to the building, identifying that as the main entrance for the medical office. So the applicant believes that all 3 of these variances fall under the criteria for a C2 variance, as a flexible variance. Essentially, the granting of this variance will benefit the community by improving the local zoning and planning. In other words, that the positives outweigh the negatives for these variances. Specifically, we are going to talk about how these variances are needed for this specific piece of property, how it advances the purposes of the municipal land use law, and then to essentially weigh any detriments of granting these variances. So specifically for this piece of property, obviously the parking variance that's being requested here tonight is wholly related to the tenants proposed. The medical office, in addition with the general office, drives up that parking demand, and then the signage, of course, is very directly related to the identification of the businesses as well as wayfinding. So in terms of advancing the purposes of the MLUL, we certainly believe that this advances Purpose A, which specifically says to encourage municipal action to guide the appropriate use of development for all lands in the state in a manner that will promote the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. Certainly, this is a medical office before you tonight, and that this will provide residents of the community access to a licensed medical professional who will treat and advise on personal health and wellness. And certainly, the signage variances before you allow that business to, one, identify themselves in the front of the site for potential patients and visitors, as well as the signage in the back letting them know that the main entrance of that office is in the back of the site, so that when they park their cars, they're not walking to the front of the office, they're simply going into the entrance in the back. The parking variance, I believe, is the parking supply on site is adequate for the development based on what I believe is 3 factors. One, the testimony previously provided by the applicant, who is a doctor, as well as the other owner is one of the other tenants, real estate developer, as well as the availability of mass transit to the site, and thirdly, industry standard parking generation rates that provide a lower parking demand than what is specified in your zoning ordinance. So it should be noted that in your master plan, specifically under the land use and parking section, the master plan notes 2 things. One, that shared parking scenarios should be studied to see if the parking requirements of the township can be lowered to maximize the use of mass transit, as well as that the master plan suggests that the current parking requirements for the township as a whole could be revisited in an attempt to lower them in areas that are well served by mass transit. So certainly we believe that this site is well served by mass transit. For the board's reference, the Walnut Street NJ Transit Station is about 7 blocks away from this site, as well as 4 additional bus stops which are located on Bloomfield Avenue, about 4 blocks away from the site, providing access to routes 11, 29, and 97. So certainly the availability between train and bus, I believe, yes, sorry. I believe so as well. Yes.
Just to the center.
Yes, 1 extra bus route. So that would bring it to a total of 4 bus routes. So certainly that availability of public transit, not so much for the patients of the facility, but certainly the employees of both the doctor, the real estate, and just the general office tenants that have yet to be determined at this time. Additionally, based on the Institute of Transportation Engineers Parking Generation Manual, which is an industry-wide accepted reference for determining parking factors, we look at it and we see that for a general office building, the peak average weekday parking demand is 1,000, for every 1,000 square feet is 2.39 spaces. What that breaks down to is about 1 space for every 420 square feet, which when you apply it to this site equates to a demand of 11 spaces for the office uses, the general office uses. And for the medical office, the average weekday parking demand per 1,000 square feet is 3.23 spaces, which equates to a peak parking demand of 14 spaces. It should be noted that these coincide very well with the testimony from the operator about his anticipated demand for both his medical practice as well as the other office tenant. So what this really
Can I ask you a question there?
Yes.
Did you actually crunch the numbers from what he says it will be to see how many cars it actually came out to?
So what I have it here, based on the doctor's testimony, is between himself and his employees, that is 7 parking spaces, and then he will see 4 to 6 patients during the hour, so that will bring it up to 13. Based on ITE, it would show a peak parking demand of 14, and that's usually with some overlap with patients coming in and out. So again, that correlates very well, and that basically equates to a peak parking demand on-site of 25 spaces, where 29 are proposed. So certainly the applicant believes that there's more than enough support for the amount of parking they have on-site versus the uses that are proposed. In regards to the negative criteria for the application, the applicant really doesn't believe there is any in terms of a substantial detriment to the public good. Looking at it as a whole, stepping back, the building and the site generally are going to remain unchanged. Certainly the building is not being altered in any way beyond signage, and the parking lot, aside from some minor improvements in regards to ADA and the trash enclosure, generally will remain the same as what it functions today. The signage that's being proposed, both in the front of the site and in the rear of the site, fall in line with signage that's out there today for the Girl Scouts, both the wall sign in the front of the building, and the Girl Scouts have a banner sign in the back, which will now be replaced with a vinyl decal sign on the doorway for the medical office. In terms of impairment to the zoning code or plan, again, the applicant doesn't believe that there is any. The purpose of the zoning ordinance is to protect against incompatible land uses in any single district. In this case, again, both uses, medical and the general office, are both permitted uses in this zone. The ordinance allows for signage provisions for sites to identify their businesses, location, hours, etc. And certainly that is being proposed here. It should be noted again that the proposed signage package in terms of geometry, width, height, area, it complies. It's simply the location due to the fact that the doctor's office operates out of the rear. The way that the code is written just doesn't allow him to have that sign along the frontage, but certainly it's required in terms of wayfinding and identification for his patients and visitors to the facility. So looking at this as a whole, we believe that the variances here tonight are suitably justified, and that the positives of granting these variances certainly outweigh any detriments for it. So if the board has any questions.
Yeah, I have a question. Did you give any, were you thinking at all about whether it would be appropriate as this office starts, business starts to be generated and people are coming and going, whether there should be a no left-hand turn onto Valley Road from this site?
I mean, currently, there's no improvements proposed to the driveway. The driveway functions as a full movement driveway, as do the other driveways along this frontage. We haven't looked at it in terms of any traffic impacts. It should be noted that today, it is a general office use. It will remain an office use. There will be a medical component to that, but we
But
don't
I think
believe
it's
that.
underutilized, right? The Girl Scouts are winding down and moving out.
Yes, but similar.
Oh, I was to add that as of this moment, I don't know if that was the case, say, 6 months ago, but I would say, but at this moment, it's winding down.
No, I'm just wondering if you thought about that, because
I mean,
it is a
some-
busy road at times, and I'm not advocating one way or the other. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on whether that should be a no left turn.
I would say that we're here before you today for a handful of these variances. The site operates today permitted as a general office. So certainly, if it wasn't this application, another tenant came in as a general office application, they could fill that space fine, and that amount of traffic would be generated. Simply, the Girl Scouts, I know they're winding down their operation to make way for the applicant's proposed development. I don't think that would factor into the traffic demand. It certainly goes down now that they're winding down, but will just be a tenanted building, same as it was operating months before the Girl Scouts started winding down.
But I think it's fair to say that you have not given consideration to whether it should be a no left-hand turn.
I would say that we haven't spoken to, like, in terms of a
Short answer is yes.
Thank you.
When you talk about, sorry.
Go ahead.
When you talk about wayfinding, do you find it odd that the main sign is going to be on the front of the building, but yet your patients and everybody has to find their way around to the back?
I think the idea is that the sign for the medical use will identify people that this is the right building for that use. They will then go into the parking lot to park, at which point they would see the signage for the doctor's office in the rear on the door, letting them know that that is the entrance for that particular tenant. Should be noted, it's not that uncommon to have that kind of signage. Certainly the medical use to the south of our site, which also has a wall sign on the front of their building. They also have an awning sign in the back of their building identifying that as an entrance for customers, or I should say, patients to utilize.
So you can't go in the front of the dialysis center, is that what you're saying?
You can. It's certainly, I believe you can go in either way, but they have it signed that you can go in through the back.
The patients actually enter from the rear. That's the front is where they do their loading. It's very interesting. There's an entrance there, but it's really for loading.
Okay.
But I see your point, Keith. I think what you're trying to say is there's a lot of signage going on in the front where people won't even be looking there.
Yeah, I mean,
Right? So why have that signage? Why not just say, keep the signs in the back? It's less signage pollution, as we would call it.
Yeah, make a big, 120 Valley and just put that on the thing and because I'm just thinking if I'm going here the first time, I see the sign, I drive in, I park in one of the first spots thinking this is great, I just walk right to the front entrance and then I find out, oh, I can't get into the doctor's office here.
The alternative would be to put a freestanding sign. They're allowed to put a freestanding sign because it's permitted in the zone and there's a front yard, the building's set back. So that's one option, but they chose to put it on the building rather than have a freestanding sign, which is what most medical offices do. They have a freestanding sign.
Well, there is a 120 that's fairly big at the top there. It's already there.
That's just the number.
Right.
Yeah, the house number, the building number.
I think, our thinking, not to testify for him, is that, generally when people are going to the doctor, I don't know that they're thinking I'm looking for 120. I associate I'm looking for Dr. Bellapianta, so, Bellapianta, there it is. I think that's the idea. Although I agree this building configuration is, unusual, which is why we're here for the variance.
Yeah, it strikes me as a little odd.
Yeah.
Other questions?
I think it was testified before, but it is, the rear of the building is handicap accessible. It looks like it's flat all the way in, right?
That is correct. The ADA spaces are located back there, and it's a flat approach. There's no curbing or ramps. You basically just go straight into the main entrance for the medical office from there. This was also brought up. I simply want to make it a point for the board. I know lighting was discussed. It should be noted that there are actually two light fixtures, freestanding pole fixtures. They're Cobra head fixtures, metal halide. It's the orange glow lights, as well as a wall-mounted fixture immediately above the doctor's or the future doctor's entrance. So it'll be a total of 3 lights in the rear parking lot. So understanding that we would still do lighting studies, simply want to point out that there is adequate lighting out there. It has operated as an office in the past, and certainly it, at some point, met the township's lighting standards, understanding that they have
What we
since
said is that the
updated.
standards have changed.
Yeah, we'll do the study and
Yeah.
bring it into conformity.
Other questions from the board? Any questions of this witness from the public? Counsel?
We actually have no further witnesses, and I'll not belabor the point. I think we've covered everything.
Anyone from the public wish to comment on this application? Please step forward, identify yourself.
I don't know where to go. Up here?
Yep.
My name is William Tierney. I'm currently the owner of 134 Valley Road. I originally came here pretty much against this because of the parking. And then after hearing the testimony, I'd like to welcome you to the neighborhood. I think this is a plus for Montclair. And I urge the council to grant them the variances that they need. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
You make a very good hamburger, by the way.
Yes, and crinkle French fries.
All right, so. I would like to kind of cut to the chase. I think this is, the application is appropriate. I do have some questions about the signage set up in the entrances, but at the end of the day, I think that's more of a problem for the owner of the building and his operation. I had thought about maybe the signs could be a little smaller, but in looking at the pictures and the signing plan, they seem appropriately sized to me. With the discussions that we've had during the questioning about amendments to, or conditions rather, that we would like to see observed in connection with this, I'd like to propose that we approve the application subject to certain conditions. And Art, can you run through?
I can. First, the applicant shall submit a lighting plan, and the plan will comply with the lighting code of the Township of Montclair. The applicant will reconfigure the parking spaces on the, at the rear of the property on the north side so as to offset them and create and use bollards across the rear entrance of the building. The applicant shall install a roof on the trash enclosure. And probably the most important, that with the decrease in impervious coverage, the applicant shall use native planting.
All right. So that's, yes.
So there was one item in my report on the second page, number 9, recommending to restripe all of the parking. It's not just the offset area, but the entirety of the parking lot as well.
Sounds appropriate.
We'll comply with that.
Okay.
And after, if you add any lighting, right, so if you have to add lighting, don't restripe it before you figure that out.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right. So that's the motion?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we're going to do 5 minutes recess.
Before we recess, on advice of counsel, I've been advised to recuse myself from the next application, 96 High Street.
And then
Okay.
the next application will be 96 High Street.
Yeah, that's, yeah, that's why. Enjoy your rest of your evening.
Yeah, so
we got kids from St. Peter.
They had their cornerstone in 39, but they had started in 31, and started over.
All right. We are now back to the Platinum Interiors that we had moved to the rear of the agenda.
Well, we're just thankful to be heard, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Alan Tremulak, again, appearing for Platinum Interiors LLC. This is the continuation of an application we started on August 12th. As the board will recall, it's an application for subdivision approval involving a very large through lot, my second through lot of the evening. This being lot 96 High Street, which extends from High Street to Nishawane Road. The property is approximately 3/4 of an acre. What we are proposing is to subdivide the property to create two 50-foot lots on the Nishawane Road side of the property. We need variances for minimum lot width. The requirement is 60 feet. We're proposing two 50-foot lots, which we believe are consistent with the neighborhood scheme in this area. We also need lot depth variances. At the board's suggestion at the last meeting, we engaged Paul Anderson, professional engineer, to prepare a plot plan and a grading plan, which we've submitted to the board, showing proposed locations for the two structures that would be built on the subdivided lots where the application to be approved. The plan not only shows the house location, but also gives the board an idea as to the trees that would be removed, and we plan to address that in some further detail tonight. So what I'd like to do is to recall my client, Melanie Factor, who testified at the last hearing, to discuss several issues, including the research that she's done with respect to the existing trees on the property. And after that, I have Peter Steck as our professor to testify. So, recall Melanie Factor. Melanie, you realize you're still under oath?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to essentially discuss two items that came up at the last hearing. First one was involved radon and a concern regarding potential radon issues with this property and whether the property was located in that area that was the subject of a major radon mitigation project overseen by the Environmental Protection Agency, I think in the 1990s. Did you do any investigation regarding that issue since the last meeting?
Okay, I did. I contacted Betsy Donovan. She was the project manager for that cleanup. I spoke to her on August 14th. She did some research. She returned my call. She confirmed that the entire case was closed in 2004. She made specific reference to the property at 96 High Street. She explained that neither that property nor any of the adjoining properties on either side were found to have any contamination. I have a voicemail from her, but she confirmed that that was not an issue at this site. So.
Okay. All right, the second item I'd like you to address is trees. Since the last meeting, did you have an opportunity to conduct an evaluation, if you will, of the condition of the existing trees on the property, in particular the Nishawane Road side of the property for which the subdivision is requested?
So I did. So my regular tree company is Dujet's Tree Service. I had them out to the property. This says September 16th. What they did first was to mark out all the trees. I don't know if anyone has been at the property since our last meeting, but what they did with orange paint was to mark every tree that, in their opinion, needed to come down, whether it was dead, dying, or dangerous. severely declining, and I have a report from them just to kind of give you an idea of what we're talking about. And the reason why I think it's important is because the diagram that we have that marks all the trees that need to be removed, when you look at it, they all look to be the same size, and that's not the case. Some of the trees are not even trees. They're 3 inches in diameter, going obviously all the way up to the large trees that we're going to be talking about. So I have made up these little boards. I would like to start passing them around. If that's okay, I'm going to keep one just so I can refer to it. I wish I could have made one for all of you, but
Let's mark that as the next exhibit.
We're up to, okay, this will be A9.
these are both the same. So what you'll see is highlighted. I mean, I could hold it up. You won't be able to see it from here, but so what I have here is first the report from Dujetz, which gives you an idea. What he states is that there are 26 trees that are marked under 6 inches in diameter. You can see from a lot of the pictures, and I'll go through quickly and explain what they're pictures of. There are some obviously very large trees, but the majority, 26 in fact, are small, small stalks, if you will, and you'll see a lot of pictures of those.
When you say small, do you mean less than 6 inches?
Yes.
Diameter? Okay.
26 on this back lot. And just keep in mind too that, so I kind of did my picture sort of as they surround the backyard of this property. You can see that for those of you that have started looking at it, I've marked off kind of quadrants in the backyard, and then the pictures are associated with that quadrant just so that you can see exactly what the backyard looks like. The expert from Dujetz explained that there are 7 marked trees that are over 6 inches in diameter that are either dead, severely declining, or dangerous. And you'll see some pictures of those on here. You can see the larger trees that are marked with the orange, or there's a D on them for dead. He advised that those should come down. You'll see at the bottom of the highlighted section here on his report, there are a remaining 6 oaks, 4 spruces, 4 maples, and he's noted a black birch. That's an error. That's actually on the High Street lot. So there are technically 14 trees that remain that are in fair to good condition. So that just gives you kind of a general scope of the entire backyard. Then what I did was prepared this document, which outlines which trees need to go in order to do what we want to do here with this lot. The trees marked in red, the red ink here, denotes trees that the expert said should come down anyway. So really what we're talking about are the green trees, for which there are 8. There are a total of 20 trees that need to come down in order for us to do what we want with this lot. 12 of them, in the expert's opinion, should be removed anyway. So we're talking about 8 trees that are in fair to good condition that we're asking to be allowed to be removed in order to do what we want to do.
Question, is that 8 trees over a certain diameter?
I'm sorry?
Is that 8 trees over a certain diameter?
Yes.
Okay, over 6 inches in
Yes.
diameter, okay.
Okay, so I'll just go through them quickly, and will you get them if you have questions about each number. Clearly, the trees marked with a D are dead. What I did was try and give you an idea surrounding the property, what it looks like.
Hold that so the board can try to follow the different locations that you're depicting.
Okay, so this is if you're standing in the backyard of High Street looking out onto Nishawane Road, and we start off on the left-hand side here. This is a completely dead, no leaves on the tree, tree that is in severe, very dangerous and should be removed immediately. Moving on to the corner here, you can see there are 2 trees that are not colored in orange. These are the 2 here marked in green that are identified by the expert as trees that are viable and can remain. This picture number 3 is just to give you an idea. I've owned this property since January. These are not, some of them are good trees, but the majority of these trees, nobody's taking care of them. Nobody has trimmed them. There are large branches, almost trunks, falling off of them. Some of them I have not even been able, and I've had to have my contractors pull over to the side. This is just a picture of the south side of the property where we've been sort of storing these limbs that are falling off of these dead trees. Pictures 4 and 5, just again, going along the Nishuane Road property, showing you the sizes of these trees. Here, again, they all look the same size. They're not. We're now at this corner here, another dead tree. You can see a stake has been driven through the center of the tree and killed it. It is completely dead. It's overhanging this house here to the northern side of the lot and should come down immediately. I didn't note this, but over on this corner, there's actually a wire that was strung. I'm assuming kids did this. A wire was strung from one tree to another tree and has grown in. I'm assuming it could be cut, but this is why these trees have died. Lastly, this tree here in the corner, a viable tree. It's leaning and tilted, but this one, just an example of one of the trees that will need to come down. So if anyone has any questions, I could start sending this around this way, so you could.
Just the colors, what are the colors depicted?
So the colors are, the green trees are the trees that the experts felt were in fair to good condition and wouldn't need to come down, but I'm asking if I can remove them for this application.
On Plan SP1, it has 20 trees, so all those, the ones that are marked on SP1 with an X are the ones that are coming down, I assume?
Yes, so if you add up all the red and green trees, you get 20. 12 of them are red, they need to come down anyway. I'm asking for your permission to be able to remove the remaining 8 trees.
So there's 8 essentially healthy trees that need to be removed in order to accommodate the structures to be built or driveways to be built.
Yes.
On the subdivision. Okay.
And there will be, other than the 20 trees that we're talking about, there are other trees on the property in different places that are not the subject of anything, but they're there and they'll look nice. They don't interfere with your building?
They don't interfere with the building, no.
Okay.
My suggestion would be that if the expert says any of them should come down, that's what I do. Otherwise, I have no intentions of removing any additional trees.
Just looking at that, is it fair to say that the majority of the existing trees are located very close to the Nishuane Road side of the property?
Yes, they are. It's hard.
Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I actually have, yeah, they are.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay. And are there...
Well, you could see that from this.
Right, I know, I was kind of stating the obvious, but are there trees along the perimeter or the side of either the north or the southerly side, existing trees?
Not the northerly side. On the southerly side here, there are numerous trees on that side, and those would all stay. I'm not requesting to remove any of them.
And let me ask you a question. If there were only one house rather than 2 with 2 different driveways, you could retain a lot more of the trees, correct?
I guess it would depend on the configuration. I guess it would depend.
I think you're cutting in, the driveways are 22 feet, each of them, so 44 feet altogether, and however far back they go to hit the new houses.
But keep in mind, it's just that really this 6th quadrant here that it has the 3 large in decent size. And, you know, to be honest, I could push these back and keep them if I had to. I mean, this is what we're proposing, like this. If the board required it, I would have no problems. The building, I could push these houses further back in order to keep some of those. I think that once you remove everything that's dead, I'm happy to plant new trees in their place and,
Kind of anticipated my next question as to your willingness to plant new trees, and you just indicated you are. How many new trees? You're removing, I think you said 8 healthy trees. Would you be willing to replace at least those 8?
I'd be willing to replace that, and in addition, my plan would be, sorry, my arm's getting tired. My plan would be to speak with the town and have them plant trees in between the sidewalk and the street. This is the only lot, I believe, that doesn't have anything there, and so it would be consistent with the other houses on the street to plant trees. Keep in mind, too, this is up very high from where the sidewalk is, probably like 4 feet. Right, so when you're walking down Nishway Road, there are no trees between the sidewalk and the street, and I'd be willing to ask the town to do that. I'm sure they would.
And would you also be willing to plant trees on the property itself, and particularly along the southerly property line, which would be adjacent to the house next door, which I think is 26 Nishway Road?
My intention would be to plant trees on both of the sides of either of the houses.
To provide some buffering.
Absolutely.
For the new houses to be built. And there are no existing trees on those sides, or no significant.
Right, so the only viable tree on the north side of the property is this one here, marked as Exhibit 9. To be honest, I feel it could probably stay. It's right on the fence. It's a small tree. I can't imagine it's going to be affected by this building, but I guess the planner felt differently. Would you guys like me to pass this around also? No? I don't know where the other one is.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so then I'll just keep this one.
I believe there was a comment in the town planner's report about repairing or replacing deteriorated sections of the sidewalk. Would you be willing to do that at the application as a condition of approval?
Absolutely, but I would like to note that that document states that the sidewalk is missing. It's actually not missing at all. What has happened is that the dirt, I have a picture if you'd like to see it, the dirt has come down off of the property and covered quite a large section of the sidewalk. I've actually gone there and scooped some of the dirt away, and there is an existing sidewalk along the whole property. It seems in good condition to me, but if the board would like me to replace that, that would be fine as well.
Could you tell me how deep the sidewalk is there? It seemed to be a bit narrow. The difference between the curb and the fence, what is the distance between the curb and your fence? The very narrow path, it seemed.
So what I think is happening, at least from, from my view, is that nobody's maintained it. So the grass is growing over each of the sides of the sidewalk, and now that the dirt has covered it, I think the sidewalk is probably it's the same sidewalk that's on the rest of Nishway Road.
It looked pretty narrow.
Right, it looks, I don't know if my picture will show you this, but just give me 1 second if you don't mind. Right, let me just, I have two of these. I mean, you can see this is actually, this is exactly what you're talking about. So this is a regular sidewalk that has just been so overgrown. This is actually, these are my scratch marks with a rock. That's actually, you can see the sidewalk down here. So it's just that the sediment has covered the sidewalk, but it is a regular sidewalk.
I think.
Do we need that marked?
There's several photos in Janice's report. One in particular, I think Figure 8 in her October 15 report shows very clearly the sidewalk, and you can see what Melanie described. That part of it, there's soil that has eroded onto the sidewalk, but it's there, and it's a continuation of the sidewalk that's on that eastern
One
side.
reason I asked is because you spoke about street trees and whatever, and it seemed to me that it looked very narrow. That was one of the reasons
I
why.
agree, it is, and I plan to fix that.
So I have a question for you. So clearly then there's some soil erosion. Is that, does your plan, I mean, that's what you're saying, that the sidewalk is covered because of the soil has been forced on top of the sidewalk. Does your plan call for any kind of wall or something to prevent that situation?
We did consider drainage, and we've got that covered in our plan, right?
Because it's clearly on a slope, too, I guess, from looking at the picture.
It is, yes, and I believe the plan calls for 2 dry wells in the front yards, which would eliminate this from happening.
So the plot plan that was submitted, SP1 and then SP2, the grading plan, the driveways to be constructed and come up that slope, we'll have to blend that slope back and create a more stable slope, but that'll be an impervious surface, will be very stable. And then the like the outside of each home towards the adjacent properties, the lawn areas would also have, really have to be regraded throughout that area, and then restabilized for vegetation. So I think what we have currently along that frontage with the amount of trees that are there, you're not getting any light down for any ground vegetation, any lawn. As those trees that are slated to be removed for being unhealthy, and then some of that are being requested for the driveway, going to open up that area to some light, and then you'll be able to stabilize vegetation for a traditional lawn on that slope.
Yeah, I understand that, but it does seem like, looking at figure 8, that the house next door on the north side has a wall that stabilizes.
There are some, right.
So would that be something that would be needed in this property if there were 2 driveways? And
I think the plot plan calls for a 3-foot retaining wall.
it does? Okay, that's, I just didn't remember.
If you look on the second sheet of the plot
Okay.
plan, there's a retaining wall. We don't have any details of the wall, but
it's there.
Yeah, it actually wraps from the entrance to the home, the stairs entrance, all the way down the driveway, and then wraps the frontage.
Do we have a height on that?
On the wall?
Yeah.
there's a top of wall, bottom wall.
There
It's
is?
about 3 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks about 3 feet.
Yeah.
And this is
No
on-
greater than 4 feet.
This is on the plot
Correct.
plan?
On the SP2, the grading plan that came with the plot plan.
Grading plan, okay.
Two and a half to 3 feet, looks
I
like
think
3
the
feet to
green-
max.
no, the
So
green-
traditionally, a 4-foot wall would require, anything at 4 feet or higher would
These are all
require the
green.
stability calculations, additional engineering certification from their engineer.
Okay.
So that's avoid, these are considered more of a landscaping wall, a standard retainage of soil based on manufacturer's specifications for the wall that's being designed.
Okay. Is the property going to generally be flat on the top side of that
Yes.
retaining wall?
Generally.
What it looks like?
Yeah. In between the two homes, there's more topographic relief and grading, because that goes with the driveway coming down where there isn't a wall. But on the outsides, it's flatter to the adjacent properties.
Okay.
So I have a different question, not just about the trees, just looking at SP1, seems to be my night for boundaries. What is the distance between the framed garage and the proposed subdivision line? The framed garage on the High Street property?
Sorry, could you repeat it back?
You have a garage in the back of the High Street property on the, what is the distance between the back of that and the proposed?
6 feet.
Is it 6 feet?
I think it's 9 feet.
Oh, is
The
it?
distance between the garage and the proposed subdivision line?
Yes.
It's
Yeah,
in-
there's a measurement.
It says
Where?
6 plus or minus.
Oh, 6,
Oh,
yeah.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah.
Upside down?
That's the way you look at it.
It's
yeah.
6, it is 6 feet,
It's 6
okay.
feet, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
If you look at it this way, it's 9
Yeah.
feet. but it's 6.
Well, it's usually plus or minuses after,
It's
isn't it?
6, plus or minus, and I think it meets the setback requirement. The frame shed has already been removed, is that right?
Yes.
Melanie?
Yeah, the frame shed's gone.
By the way,
Okay.
I'm finished with my direct examination, so any further questions from the board?
Any other questions? Yeah, I just want to make sure.
I had a question.
Oh, go ahead. I just wanted to make sure, you just confirm this. So the proposed width of the property on Nishwain Road is 100 feet, correct? 2 lots added together
One
is
would be 50 feet and one's 52.
52, so it's 102. And the proposed driveways add up to 44 feet.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, it seems to me that the lot is not, it's 102 in the front, but the back lot is 100, right?
Yeah.
It's not exactly a straight
Yes.
lot.
Right, because of the
So there are
curve.
parts that are, right. There were some questions that were asked about the garage. Did you get that? Remember that we needed 18-foot minimum for the double garages that are required, and you were somewhat less than that, 17 and a half, I believe. Did you revise the plans and all?
We're showing, I think, the plot plan is using the existing house, which we, is the type of house architecturally that County tends to build, but it may change, and we need to provide 2 parking spaces.
Each house must have two, the plan that you submitted to us is for a house that is, the garages are a little undersized, so I was looking for a revised plan. Do you have a revised plan to submit that would give adequate garage space, or?
With adequate for 1 car garage, I think.
But we need 2, the
Larger.
requirement is for 2.
But we have to provide 2 parking spaces, they don't have to be in the garage.
Well, no, then you have to have a variance.
It can't be in the front.
Well, I know we realize that we have to provide another parking space, and again, this is not meant to be a final site plan. We'd have to, after the houses are, we may end up providing a 2-car garage in order to meet that requirement. But it would be the same building footprint.
If you build the houses in this plan, Carol, it's a very good point, you need to request a parking variance. Because if you present these plans to the building department, they're going to say you can't build these houses without a parking variance.
Unless we expand the size of the garages, which we may do, or we may be able to create parking spaces adjacent to the houses, but not in front of them.
The other idea was to set the house back further to get the front of the house would stay where the steps are, but to push the garage part back, so you'd have 1 parking spot in the garage and 1 parking spot in front of the garage, but behind the front door. So, right,
Yeah.
so, and that's...
We realize
and we will do that.
That would require some tinkering, if the subdivision is approved.
But in terms of our approval as a board, I don't think that some tinkering adequately describes what it is that we're approving.
Well, we're only asking for subdivision approval, so the houses have not been completely designed, and they may need to be redesigned, as Melanie suggested, but the basic footprint would remain the same.
We'll comply with whatever we need to comply with in order to get a permit to build the houses.
Well, I would find it difficult to make a decision. In asking for a plot plan, I thought that this would give us some ideas to exactly how you're going to fit 2 houses on these lots, which are relatively small for the project. So that I thought I would find it difficult to make a decision based on some wiggle.
Well, again, all I would say, Ms. Willis, is this application for subdivision approval. I don't think we need site plan approval for single-family houses. And we realize we're going to have to comply with all of the zoning requirements and provide the parking that's required, which may require
Thank you.
reconfiguring the floor plans, or increasing the size of the garages, or as Melanie suggested, perhaps pulling the front further so that the parking is not in the front yard. And I also should note that Mr. Steck is going to comment on that issue also in his testimony.
I think the point that Ms. Willis is trying to make, and I agree with her, is that it's hard to approve the subdivision if we don't know how the homes are going to fit on what we're approving. And these plans, as submitted, clearly don't show a house that works without at least another variance. And we've had too many, shall we say, bad experience with maybes and it could be, and we don't know. So we're really reluctant to consider a variance for a lot width when we don't know whether or not it's actually going to work.
Well, I indicated Mr. Steck was going to address this, but I think I can.
There's nothing that Mr. Steck can say other than that's going to change that fact.
Well, under RSIS, which applies statewide and preempts local regulations, you're allowed to have a garage space and 1 parking space in their driveway.
Yeah, but we don't know, but is that really going to work on this lot?
Well, there's plenty of room for, for a car to park in front of the garages.
But we don't permit that in our ordinance.
Right. So the
I understand
testimony would support
It has to be-
the
it would
request
have
for
to
the
be pushed
variance, but
back.
We still have to notice for the variance.
we're not asking for the variance. We don't think a variance is required based upon our RS.
Well, we're just saying, show us,
No.
show us.
Our ordinance prohibits parking between the building and the street. And your plans require one parking space between the building and the street.
It's not just, it's not good enough that it's behind the front door, it's still in front of the building.
That's outside the realm of RSIS.
I'm not sure we agree.
RSIS does not determine setbacks. And that's akin to a setback, and that's within the province of municipal.
Can I say something? Is it permitted to do what, is it permitted to have the second parking spot as long as it's behind the front of the house?
That's correct.
Right, so that, and unfortunately, I haven't had these designs finalized because it's not approved yet. But obviously, there's a bunch of things that we're talking about, and that was, I mean, that's the idea for the final plan would be, I mean, we're gonna comply with whatever the rule says. If the rule says you can't have a second parking spot in the front of the house, we're not gonna do that. And the final plans that I'm gonna submit to the building department will comply.
We have 10-foot side yards on both properties, and you could put a parking space adjacent to the house without violating the setback and provide a second parking
No, there
space.
is a setback for a driveway. Driveways have to be 1 foot from the property line, so it's very tight.
You're very close to, this is a comment, not a question, you're very close to having that garage be a two-car garage, and you've got enough room between the width of the building and your setback line. If you just increase the width of the building slightly, you could probably pretty easily accommodate a two-car garage. Building width variance?
Yeah. They maximized the permitted width of the building, which can only be 65% of the.
Oh, notwithstanding the side setbacks, it takes precedent over the side setbacks?
You can't widen the building anymore without creating a variance for the width of the lot.
So the setbacks are not relevant?
It also applies to, there's multiple layers.
Oh, I get it, okay. Then whatever you do, don't widen the building.
I would be willing to either widen the garage to a two-car garage, or have the second parking spot behind the front of the house. Whatever it is that you think would look better, I'd be willing to do.
I have a question for you.
Either way, it would comply.
Yes, either way.
If you have to create a two-car garage, you'll widen the garages to make them two cars.
Absolutely, and there's enough room to do that. I just need to move the front door over.
And the footprint stays the same.
Yes,
Have you given consideration to just putting one house on this lot?
yes.
And do you have a plan drawn up for that? Or are you
I
just
don't.
waiting for the results of this hearing?
I don't have a plan drawn up. I really believe that one larger home is just not going to look right on this lot.
I wouldn't see, why would that be? I'm not quite sure why you would say that.
The houses on the street are of comparable size to the ones that I'm proposing to build, and I think that the size of these houses will just look more consistent with the other houses on Nishawane Road. There aren't any houses on Nishawane Road the size that someone would put here if it was one house.
I just don't understand that rationale, because most of the lots on that street do conform to the requirement for a 60-foot lot.
I think
So
Peter
I-
Stack's going to speak to that. I think he'll, but there aren't any lots on Michigan Road that are 100 feet wide that have a house like what it would look like if I built one house there.
100-foot lot would allow for a 65-foot wide house, and
But you don't have to, it doesn't require a
doesn't have to,
65-foot.
but you could, and, there are no other lots that are 100 feet. I don't think there's any lots that are close to 100 feet on Nishaway Road, and I think we covered this a little bit in the last hearing. I mean, we could just have one lot on Nishaway Road. We think 2 lots is better because it's consistent with the pattern of the street, the size of the existing lots. and the size of the existing houses. And if you kind of look at the plot plan that Mr. Anderson prepared, you see the houses sort of lining up, consistent in size, consistent in setbacks. You know, they're very similar to the houses that are adjacent. And again, the board may not see it this way, but we think.
Well, I believe there's a document that is being used by the board and that you have a copy of, which looks at the lot sizes on Nishwain Road, which are adjacent to it, across the street and adjacent. And except for the one lot, which your larger lot is cutting off, it causes it to be a smaller size. The houses in the immediate vicinity are all conforming lots. They're 60-foot width lots. So that when you create the two 50-foot lots, you're imposing a smaller lot size, not conforming, but composing.
I appreciate
Right.
and I get what you're saying. I think
Right.
that it's not shown on here, but Peter Steck will have a picture of this with just a little bit of a further southerly view of these houses. And I can just tell you, driving down Nishawane Road, I'm not sure from the eye if you could tell the difference between a 52-foot wide lot and a 60-foot lot. And I think it would be a huge eyesore to drive down and see a 100-foot wide lot. It's not going to conform the way that these would. I think that a 52 and a 50-foot wide lot is more consistent with the 50 to 60-foot width lots that you see on Nishawane Road.
I did drive down Nishwain Road. I did actually take the drive. And I've not found any occasion where I've seen green space as an eyesore. I think,
Well, it
that
wouldn't
the
be
crowding.
green space, it's going to be a house.
It would be a house if you put two houses there. But if you put a normal-sized house for the road, which you could do, or a larger house, I don't see that it would be an eyesore. I find that a strange characterization.
Maybe I just meant more consistent. I believe that a 50-foot and a 52-foot wide lot is going to be more consistent with the 50 to, I mean, when you start off on Nishawane Road.
In other words, you feel it's improperly zoned, and you would like to change the zoning.
No. No, I just think that a 50 and a 52-foot wide lot is more compatible with what's there than a 102-foot wide lot. I just, that's more along the line of what's consistent with what's on the street. That's just how I feel.
Mr. Steck is going to provide a lot more information regarding that issue
Yeah.
with expanded view of the neighborhood.
Just to support Carol's point, I think if you moved one house a little bit away from the smaller house, up, I don't know what direction that is, south probably, you'd have greenery that would enhance the look of the smaller house here, and it would make the whole neighborhood look nicer. You wouldn't center it in the middle of your 100-foot lot, you'd move it a little bit to the other direction to allow more open space that's next to the smaller house, and that would look nice in the neighborhood. And then you'd have one driveway, not two cut-throughs on a 100-foot where people are walking.
And in fact, I noticed that the plan that you have submitted to us, the lot, your plan is to put the second house only 6 feet from the smaller lot, so that it really does give that more image of crowding than if it were moved over.
I could switch that. That would be fine. I could have the 10-foot on that side of the smaller house.
So if I can get back to trees for a minute. So how many trees are you removing?
20. Well, I'm requesting to remove 20.
Okay.
12 of them are dead and should be removed according to the expert. I'm, I guess, requesting to remove the additional 8.
Right, so you're removing 20 trees, and you're going to replant?
I would like to, if you approve this plan, I'll remove 20 trees.
Yeah, understood, assuming everything's granted. And you'll replace those 20 trees on the property?
I'll do whatever it is that the board would like that would make you happy.
Well, I mean, I understand that, but I think maybe you're not sensing the board is concerned with, can you do all these things? You know, so do you have a place to put 20 trees on the property that makes sense? You know,
Oh,
can you
absolutely.
park 2 cars on the property? I mean, this is kind of, I
We
think,
could
what we're trying to
absolutely
get
put
at.
20 trees. Keep in mind that the trees that we're removing aren't just at the front of the property. We have the whole rear property that's completely vacant, that, you know, not to mention the sides of the properties. We absolutely could put 20 trees. I could put 20 trees back.
Okay.
Any other questions from the board? Any questions from the public of this witness? Please step up to the podium and identify yourself for the record.
My name is Beverly Irby. I live at 26 Nishuane Road.
How do you spell your last name?
I-R-B-Y.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we started off with Melanie stating that she spoke with or contacted Betsy somebody about the radon, and she stated that she did this for High Street. Well, the radon was not on High Street, it was on Nishuane Road. Dr. Shelter didn't have anything to do with the radon. It was just his property, which all the trees are.
So this is for questions of her.
This is what?
This is for questions of her concerning what she testified to, if you want to ask her questions. If you want to make a statement, you know, pointing out inaccuracies or that kind of thing,
Should I change that statement to a question?
well, you can if you want to. I mean, if you want to make but if you want to make a straightforward statement, that comes at another time during the proceeding.
All right.
I could answer. I could
Okay, go ahead.
Turn that into a question and answer.
Sure.
Betsy was aware that this is a through lot through Nishuane Road. The entire lot is called 96 High Street, and she confirmed that there was no radon remediation on either sides, anywhere surrounding that footprint.
You stated that the frames, your frame shed was removed. The frame shed is not removed, it's still there, it's just boarded up. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, what is that big building that's still there?
That's the garage.
No. The shed is behind the garage.
The shed was knocked down.
Then why is there still a building there?
Well, there was a garage, and there was a shed built on the back of the garage. The shed has been removed, and the garage is still standing.
Are you saying that there's nothing there where the shed was?
That is correct. There is
I'm
nothing.
telling you that there is.
There is not.
I live right next door to it. It's boarded up. It's all wood. It's
Is the
boarded up.
garage boarded up?
No.
No, there's
The
side-
garage is still there, and it doesn't work. The up and down, it doesn't work. The garage doesn't work. But what's behind the garage was the shed. That building is still there.
No, it absolutely is not.
Well, should we take pictures of it? I don't mean,
Yeah,
why would I
yes,
lie?
I mean, I just happen to know that because my landscaper called me today, yelling at me that my contractors are walking on the new grass, and I said, well, they're siding the back of the garage.
Neighbors, is there,
the
is
shed
that
is-
boarded building still there? That's all I need to ask. Is that boarded building, you don't know?
That's the garage.
Okay, let's move on.
No, wait, no,
What I'm
wait.
saying is, the structure is still there. Now, if you want me to take a picture of it when I go home and bring it back, and it state the day and time, I'll do that. But the structure is still there.
Okay, well, we will
Okay.
accept that is what you see, and
I'm
we have no,
not-
and we have no reason to doubt you.
Okay.
So,
And,
you don't have to bring us a picture.
Okay, all right. The lots that are 100 feet with Larry Doby's house, does anybody remember Larry Doby's house? Is that
Mhm.
not 100 feet? And that's less than a block away from this property. And the house next door to Larry Doby's house is 100 feet wide.
Can you tell us where those houses are?
Yes, they're on Nishuane Road. They're on Nishuane Road. And if you go up and down the street, after you pass the property that you're talking about, and you look on the right-hand side, you'll see 2 houses.
Is that traveling north or south?
That's traveling toward, I'm no good with north and south.
Well, what side street? Going towards what side
Southern
street?
Terrace?
Southern Terrace?
Yes.
Between Southern Terrace and Charles Street?
No.
Or between
beyond
Southern
that.
Terrace and Homewood?
It's beyond Homewood.
Beyond Homewood?
Yes, it's the block beyond Homewood.
Right.
So it's north, okay.
There are 2 houses there. I don't know the name of the family that lives in the house. I know Larry Doby's house, but I don't know the name of the family that lives beyond in that house. but she used to work here for the town. What's her name? It's a white house. She has beautiful landscape in her yard. It's on that side, it's on the right-hand side. Okay.
Would you be able to just show us on the, what you're talking about?
Oh, well, I can't tell from this, but where's this, where are we?
So this is my, that's your house right there with the red dot on it.
Okay. Go right down here. What is this? What house is this? This looks like this could be Larry Doby's house. That looks like it could be Larry Doby's house.
On the corner of Nishawayne and Homewood.
Is Larry Doby's on this one? I don't know the streets that is on, but I know Larry Doby's house is 100 feet wide. And the house next door to it is 100 feet.
I think it fronts on Homewood though.
Well, I'll do my homework, but the reason that I'm saying it now is because I have a chance to say it. But I can tell you the names of the places. But Larry Doby's house is 100 feet wide. It's just on the other side of the street. It's not on the side of the lot we're talking about. And the sidewalk, I believe that the sidewalk is so narrow because of the curve in the street of Nishawayne Road. If you're going up and down Nishawayne Road, there's a curve there. If you don't watch it, you can't see beyond that curve. If living in the house that the Lewises live in, if you don't be careful coming out that driveway, you don't know what's coming down that street. But I'd like to have a traffic survey too, for the traffic on the road, if you don't mind. I think that's all that I wrote down. Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I swear to God, there's no shed, I swear. There's no shed.
I'm Mindy Obadike, 34 Nishawayne Road.
Can you spell your last name?
Obadike. Ms. Obi just indicated that she would like a traffic study. That was my question. My question is, have you done one? I know you mentioned driving up and down, but Nishawayne Road is relatively narrow, and there's a lot of pedestrian traffic as well as automobile traffic, a lot of them children going to the pool, the park, and the school. And that, pardon? And the bus stops, that's right. That area where the bend is gets narrow, but also is one place where traffic can, cars can maneuver because there are no driveways there. And so I'm just curious about what the impact would be of having two driveways in the place where people maneuver because it's a very narrow street. So I wonder if you have done a traffic study or if you've considered that.
Ms. Factor, you had mentioned, we talked a little bit about the concrete sidewalk, and I noticed that on the plot plan it said that you would be constructing a new concrete sidewalk across the frontage.
Right,
Is that still the plan?
I don't think it's necessary. I think that once it's cleaned up, you'll see that the sidewalk's there. I believe that that comment was made because the planning board's report said that it was missing. It was just that you couldn't see it. If you'd like me to replace the sidewalk, I'd be happy to.
I guess I'm trying to just get a sense for.
The sidewalk is there, and it's in decent condition. There's no cracks. I believe one or two sections are heaved, maybe a quarter of an inch or a half an inch, but it is not missing.
Did you clear the soil from the entire length of the sidewalk?
No, it's only like a 5 or 6, maybe 10 foot at the most section.
Okay, so we don't really know the condition of the sidewalk because it's covered with dirt.
I think that would be something that we would have to,
Yeah.
we could deal with that with a condition.
Right.
I mean, I'm looking at the Google map picture of it, and it very well could be just the sediment from the runoff that's covering it, and, that could be dealt with a condition. We don't need to discuss it one way or the other, or make a final determination on it now. Because I can see the rest of the sidewalk is there. I don't know why that section would necessarily be missing.
Have the township engineer, for instance?
We would be happy with a condition. We would abide by whatever the recommendation is of your board engineer with respect to.
They could have a
the sidewalk.
landscaper just clean up the front of that and
After
grade it
it's
out, you know.
Cleaned up, if he feels it
And
should
to
be
see what it looks
replaced, we'll
like.
replace it.
Right. See what it looks like, and then if it looks fine, you know, then it could stay, and if it doesn't look fine, then replace it.
It'd be
But we need to
appropriate
see it.
to confirm the full extensor there at 4-foot width.
Yeah, we need to
And
see
address
it.
any slip, trip, fall hazards from any heaving sections.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Other questions of this witness?
Hello, my name is Keith Obadike. Last name is Obadike, 34 Nishwain Road. So I know you followed up on the issue about radon, right? And you found out that there was no remediation?
Correct.
Did you do any testing yourself? No. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, the project manager for the EPA said that they tested. That was good enough for me.
I see.
I'd like to say that there is a sidewalk there.
Okay.
I can tell.
All right.
Hey, I'm not here but I'm just here to tell you the truth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Scott?
Okay, good evening. William Scott, 23 Cedar Avenue. I've seen a fair amount of construction on certain streets. Matter of fact, on Orange Road, there was 2 apartment buildings put in a number of years ago. The entire area was a construction site. Unless they're going to dig underneath the sidewalks to put in the main lines for sewer and water, that there's going to be some sinkage there for sure. So I've seen complete sidewalks replaced because of the need for driveways.
Well, I
and
think
curb cuts.
I think we've already determined, Mr. Scott, that we'll have the sidewalk revealed, have it inspected. If there's a problem, it will need to be replaced. If it's not a
Okay.
problem, it'll be taken
Okay.
care
Okay.
of.
But we
So what
have-
more do we need to do?
Okay, we have experience with construction, and obviously that.
Not a
is something to
problem.
concern. Okay. Also, the applicant did indicate that she did get some responses back from the EPA. Were those responses in writing, and have those responses been turned over to the planning board for review?
I have the voicemail from Ms. Donovan.
And I think I could represent, if the board requires it, we will provide something in writing confirming that there is not a radon issue as far as the EPA is concerned with respect to any portion of 96 High Street.
That's fine.
Just for the record, you would want more than just a voice
Okay.
message, okay?
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Tremulak.
Okay, my next witness, final witness is Peter Steck.
I assume Mr. Anderson's not? Well, I knew that, but I'm trying to get that on the record. So Mr. Anderson's not going to testify to the plans that he prepared?
We weren't planning to present him unless there were issues raised, we'd have to bring him in, but hopefully not.
Do you have questions for Mr. Anderson?
I guess let me address.
And the reason why we're asking is because we're at our 10:30 deadline.
Yeah.
Actually, we're a little past it.
Yeah, we're past our normal.
So if this is going to wrap it up, but if this isn't going to wrap it up and we've got to come back, then we're going to wrap up the evening.
Relative to the plot plan and the grading plan being submitted with this application, which is just seeking the subdivision, I look at it as exhibits for the purpose of confirming the viability of a subdivision to create 2 lots in the rear on Nishwain, not 1, and supporting the planning that you'll hear shortly. I would still recommend that the plot plan and grading plan still be submitted as a condition of approval for any future builds on the 2 lots and be treated as a separate engineering lot grading review, call it. I did review what was submitted.
I accept the methodology for the drywall installation, but understanding that the building itself will have to change in size and architecture to accommodate the parking, to not require an additional variance or any other configuration as park on the side of the house, it's appropriate that the comments still stand, that it ride as a condition of approval, that any future development submit those plans.
Perhaps do some percolation testing for the drywall?
All of that would be part of that secondary review, and it's not in the revised letter because it's not subject to just the viability of the site for the subdivision portion as a planning concern, as opposed to the engineering.
Grading plan review would be part of any building permit application for a single-family house.
Correct.
That would be subject to further review at that time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I just have a question. Wouldn't radon testing be part of that as well? I mean, I think that's fairly standard. When you buy a house, you do radon testing.
I actually could not find a company.
Good, we'll need you on the microphone, please, Ms. Factor.
Ray Data?
I called them.
Yeah.
And they actually say that they do not have any method for testing unless it's in a basement. I said, well, this is a vacant lot. They said they don't have any methods for testing.
Well, that's...
Because radon isn't a problem until it accumulates in a particular area.
I get that. And I'd be willing to test once the houses were built.
I don't know how you would test an open field.
Yeah.
And technically, while the property, regardless if you have the contaminant underneath the ground, it's releasing naturally, airborne, and it's dissipating immediately.
Yeah,
it's the collection into the building
throughout the state.
Right.
I mean, it's not just there.
You really
because of
need to
depository.
construct the home,
And then
construct the foundation, and have the slab, and then
that's
deal
what
with
I was told.
ventilation
And see
for the building as a building code matter to get a final CO.
Right, that's what I was
But I understood this was different than naturally occurring radon, was that there was a radon release in the area such that it could be...
There was soil contamination.
That's
in
what
the area.
that's what I'm getting
Which
at.
which is not the air. Theoretically, the state should have tested the soil already. And that's why they removed so
Soil.
much dirt from that area.
Right, but that's what I'm trying to get at, is that there are two different methods of having radon contamination. And we're focusing right now on just air testing, which is, I think, not the actual concern here.
I think the exposure is still the same. The exposure is still when it's contained.
Well, I think to your point.
I'll disagree on that.
Yeah.
But I think to your point is that it would have, when there was a problem years ago, and when they were doing the soil testing then, that they would have tested this area and would have gone to the limits. And so that was done a few decades ago. And whatever needed to be removed was removed at that time because the source was from a particular factory.
Correct.
That was burying it. And so they tested the limits. I'm sure that the state wouldn't have approved, okay, we're all clear, and then 20 years later, that not be the situation.
Well,
yeah, that's what I would.
Generally, yes, that is the way it works.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they have tested this lot on them?
Right. I mean, I think they would have tested as much of the boundary to see how far it went, and because I'm sure they just didn't stop at the point where they got a zero reading. They went beyond that to make sure that it wasn't an aberration. Otherwise, that wouldn't be a scientifically valid test.
That's generally how it works.
But with
I think that
pollution, with brownfield testing, they just stop at the boundary when it goes down to zero. They don't do any measure of.
Not usually.
Well, nothing was built there.
Seemed to make sense.
Yeah.
Well, and then doesn't seem to make sense.
I mean, the neighbors have a legitimate concern.
But
If they
again-
start construction here and there's contaminated dirt that they're digging underneath and going in the air, I don't see why they can't do some soil testing.
Well,
I mean, maybe they'll produce the letter from the EPA that says they did do soil testing, and we can review that, and then that should settle that point.
Right.
And I built a house in '86 on a vacant lot, and I had to test the soil and submit that to the town.
For radon?
In 1986, I built a house on 20.
Mr. Scott, I think you need to be at the microphone. Sorry. We're not.
Test for radon?
But 23 Cedar.
Well, the point was, there was a requirement for soil testing. period.
For the township?
Yes, it was a part of my application. And I had to go, and
Is it still a part?
I have a lot that's
Well,
1 point, it's a quarter of an acre, excuse me, it's an acre and a quarter.
so
And I
if
had
that
to go on-
was,
I
so
had
to
go
your
on
point,
lot.
if that was a township ordinance.
Yes.
Then it was still, if it's still in effect,
Yes.
it would apply here.
That's right.
Because it's building on a vacant lot.
Okay.
So,
So, I paid for soil testing.
Yeah.
I had to do it. Okay. It was 30 years ago, but and it was a vacant lot, okay, and it was a requirement.
Yeah.
So,
That would have been before the EPA signed off on this in 2004.
right. So, I mean, I don't know whether it's still a part of the ordinance, but if it's a part of the ordinance, then they'll have to do it.
To my knowledge, we don't have an ordinance that requires testing of vacant lots.
well, I'd like to get my money back because I did pay for that test.
Are you sure it was tested for radon?
No, I said it was a soil test.
Okay, well, that could have been for other reasons.
There was still a requirement for soil.
I mean, we require percolation tests.
No, had to send this dirt off,
Right.
put it in a container, and send it off, and it was tested.
Okay.
Someplace up in Ramapo, I don't remember the exact address. I can dig
It
up my
wasn't
file.
related to an oil tank.
No, this was a vacant lot.
Okay.
Vacant lot.
There's a plant in Orange that produced soil, radium, and was used for fill.
Right,
484 lots were contaminated.
right.
So it wasn't radon, it was radium. Probably, I'm not sure if it was a watch plant or whatever,
Right.
but
Yep.
it
It was
was
a watch plant.
used. There is a whole site. The only reason I know this is because there's an EPA site specifically dedicated on the web
Right.
to this whole issue. And it does say it was closed out, according to, but just reading it on the internet.
Yep.
It did say radiant, not radon.
So it appears that this is going to be your last witness. So, yes.
I'm Shirley Lewis. I lived at 65 North Fullerton Avenue. However, my children live at 34 Nishwain. Sorry to refer to them as children, they are adults. And my husband and I are the future residents of 34 Nishwain. As we continue to go up the chronological ladder, we're going to move in with those people. So I'm very concerned about what happens in 34 in addition to their living there. I plan to live there myself, God willing. But my question is, in terms of the planning for the lot and what's going to be built there, as we talk about the possible impact of a large house on the land versus two smaller houses, is if you put two houses on that lot, however they fit, have you considered the impact it has on the smaller house that is next door to it? Have you considered, as we talk about the 96 High Street redevelopment that isn't taking place on High Street, but is taking place on Nishwain, it's almost insulting to talk about it in terms of the High Street redevelopment because it's our street where all the development is going. And I was just wondering if you thought about it in terms of what is the most expedient kind of comfortable house you can put on, place you could put on that lot. Two houses, it seems to me, have you considered how two houses, no matter how you put it, is going to impact the quality of life for that very idyllic intersection that exists now? It's almost paradisial to look at how beautiful it is right there. And the thought of any kind of large variation wall garages does not sound pleasant. Have you thought about it like that? I tried to make it a question.
Right.
I know it's a statement. Thank you.
Well,
Melanie can, I guess, answer that, although I think she probably already has.
Before I get to that, my partner just ran over and took a picture of the garage to show you that the shed was removed, so I just want to show you.
Unless it was removed today?
But it wasn't because there's grass growing where it is.
Unless the shed was removed today, and I don't want to argue.
Regardless whether it's,
Because I live next door. We have the garage, we
I-
have the shed, and the,
I know you
fence
see
is
what
down.
you see, and there's a reason.
Yes.
There's a reason for the
So I'm not gonna
confusion, so
argue
don't,
anymore.
we won't worry about it.
I'm not
We-
gonna argue.
I- You're seeing what's there, whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but there's something there
There's something
that's
there,
boarded
right,
up.
Right. It's a boarded up
Gotcha.
shed.
If the
That's
shed
what it is.
hasn't been removed,
Okay.
we've agreed that it would be. It
Right.
doesn't have to
It's-
be
it's-
removed.
Okay,
it's-
well then
for-
say that it hasn't been removed. But
It's-
say
But-
what-
Ma'am, I
it's-
don't want to argue with you.
Okay, well
Your
then-
client who owns the property says it's been removed.
Well, and the neighbor who owns the property next door says that it doesn't, because I'm
Okay.
looking outside.
Okay.
Six in one hand, half a dozen.
This is for the shed. That's about-
This shed.
This is the shed night. So,
Forget what the question was.
have you thought about the impact of what you're proposing on the neighboring houses
Yes.
and the neighborhood?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis, I assume I summarized your question correctly.
So my feeling is that I took a 9-bedroom house on High Street and I made it a 5-bedroom. I'm adding a couple bedroom dwelling houses on Nishawane Road. I think the plan is consistent with what's in the neighborhood. We're going to have families with kids there, which is what Nishawane Road has and you know, will continue to have. And I think that, again, I don't think there's any difference if we have, you know, 2 3-bedroom houses or another 9-bedroom house like I had on High Street. I think that the impact with vehicles and people and school system is going to be the same.
Okay.
So your sense is that if they build 2 houses, it'll have the same impact on the valuation of the houses next door versus just one house?
Valuation
Yeah.
monetarily?
Yeah, the price of the houses next door, will they be diminished or will they increase in value? Well, you're a real estate investor. What's your sense of that? And you've just made testimony that you think you're indifferent whether there's just one house, a nice house, nicer lot, or 2 houses close together in a small lot.
I don't think selling one house for what one house would sell for versus 2 smaller houses, I don't think that either. Do you agree?
Well, I'm talking about the value of the houses next to it in the neighborhood. I mean, in my view, it would seem to me that the value of the houses in the neighborhood would be diminished if you have 2 houses versus one nice house. It's just intuitively.
You have 2 houses
Hmm?
where there's now vacant land and
Well, one way or the other, you're going to build something.
Pardon me?
One way or the other, you intend to build something. So my opinion would be that the houses around it, their value would be not diminished.
I'm not sure I agree with that. I could just
Well, I'm
say if
asking
it
your
was
opinion.
me,
It was a question to you.
If one house is approved on this lot, it will be large. It will be a large house. That's just what it will be. I can tell you that if I lived next door, I wouldn't want to live next door to a big McMansion. I would want to live next door to a house that was consistent with others in the neighborhood.
I'm a little
That's me.
confused.
If other people, feel differently, then
I'm a little confused as to what you're saying. I'm looking at a statement that says, lot width is a defining measure of neighborhood character. Do you disagree with that?
I think when it's consistent, yes.
We agree.
Well, the majority of lots on Nishawane Road meet the minimum requirement of 60 feet as shown.
Yeah,
So you're saying that you doesn't matter whether the lot is 50 feet or 60 feet, but you would not find it possible to put
How's it
a,
going to affect the value of the surrounding houses?
right. Is changing the neighborhood from 60-foot lots to 50-foot lots, is that going to affect the value of the houses?
Well, you haven't heard from Mr. Stack,
Yeah,
who
which
did a
one?
much broader study and who will point out that there are many 50-foot lots and many non-conforming lots in this neighborhood. And he's going to testify to that. So we think we're consistent with the master plan, which wants to maintain the neighborhood scheme. The neighborhood scheme is not 100-foot lots.
No, it's not, but it's 60-foot lots.
It's 50 to
It's
60
it's 60-foot lots.
So Carol,
That's the zone.
Carol,
Yeah.
let's let Mr. Steck tell us what the neighborhood is.
Right, okay.
Mr. Steck?
May I sit down eventually? Sir, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your full name and business affiliation for the record?
Peter G. Steck, S-T-E-C-K. I'm a licensed New Jersey planner.
And we are familiar with your qualifications and will accept you as an expert.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Peter, I assume you're familiar with the application and the property and the zoning ordinance that's applicable, as well as the Montclair master plan?
Yes.
All right, you want to start by describing the subject property?
Yes. I have a handout that might be helpful.
Yes, I was going to say, you should mark that at first.
Yeah.
A11.
You have.
Do we have that for the neighbors? Do we have one?
Lift them up. Yeah, let's go to the back. I don't know which. Oh, this is the loose page.
Do we have one?
Yes, you may have two if you want.
Thank you very much. This is 3 pages, Peter?
Yes. We can share.
Peter. Peter. Give me another one. Thank you. Yeah.
You don't want it? Anyone else? So I'll just briefly describe what was just handed out, and have we marked this as?
A11, yeah.
A11. I'll just briefly describe what it is, and then I'll talk about it in more detail. It consists of 3 pages. It's dated July 7th of this year. First page is kind of a highlighted version of the subdivision, where I've added some notations. To the right of that is a 2015 satellite photo where I've highlighted the subject property. On the next page, our photographs were taken by me on July 1st of this year, and I believe they accurately depicted the conditions that were present on that day. The next page is an upper left-hand corner, a portion of the zoning map, and then in the balance of the page is a portion of the tax maps that's color-coded to give a sense of the larger neighborhood. So back to the beginning, this is a large lot. It's a through lot. There is a large house on High Street with a garage, and I'm not going to mention the word shed. The rear yard goes all the way to Nishuane, so that the rear yard of this house is essentially between the 2 houses that frame it on Nishuane. This is a split zone property, and I'll just emphasize this because it's an important point. If you go to the last page, the 3rd page of A11, in the upper left-hand corner, you'll see that while this is all an R1 zone, that legislatively there's a division, that the lots that front on Nishuane are in a 60-foot area, and the lots toward High are in an 80-foot area, and that the governing body has established a line between the two, because I want to suggest that the character of the neighborhood is different. So there's a legislative recognition that the High Street homes have a different pattern than the Nishuane Road homes. The proposal is a subdivision, and it's simply described as to divide it roughly in half, so that the house on High Street stays oriented to High Street. The other half of the lot on Nishuane is subdivided off and divided into 2 lots. One 50.83 feet and the other one 53 point, and the other one is 52 and a fraction feet. The area is largely built up. There are no vacant lots that were apparent to me in the area. And just going for a moment to the last page, right now, the review memo looked at a very narrow area of the neighborhood, and I looked at a larger area. Planners tend to look at a larger area. I would note parenthetically that I believe this board recommended a new definition of average front yard setback, where you go 1,000 feet in either direction. I know that an ordinance was crafted, but it was pulled back.
That wasn't on this board.
Oh, no, okay, well.
The board wanted it much more narrow.
Okay, well.
Two lots in either direction.
Yeah, okay. Well, the answer is, planners like to look at larger areas. And so that's what I did, and I'll talk about the numbers in a moment. As you know, 1- and 2-family homes are exempt from site plan review, but we've tried to emphasize the reasonableness of the subdivision by showing plot plans for the houses. And yes, we're going to have a 4-foot wide sidewalk, which is the standard along Nishawayne. It may already be there, but once it's uncovered, we'll just take a look at it and do it. The applicant has indicated a willingness to comply with the parking standards, so whether it is widening the garages or indenting a corner of the house so that a car can be on the side, we are not asking for any variances for the front yard parking. It is, by the way, just parenthetically, kind of typical to see someone parking in their driveway in front of a garage. It's fairly standard practice. Your current master plan, as you know, didn't address the residential area. It looked at commercial areas, it looked at areas around train station, and it specifically said, we're not looking at the residential areas now. So the last time you were looking at them specifically was the 1987 master plan that recommended densities ranging from 3.1 to 6.6 dwelling units per acre in the single-family zones, the R1 zones, which means a minimum lot size of 6,600 square feet. This is in the single-family zone, and again, when it was first developed, the lot width standard was in the subdivision ordinance. That eventually got transferred into the zoning ordinance, but the language in the 87 plans basically said we're going to set the minimum at 60 feet, but it depends upon the characteristics of the neighborhood. And the debate can discuss what's the extent of the neighborhood. I tried to look at the neighborhood, and again, there's this different character of the area. As you can see on the third page of the exhibit, upper right-hand corner, there are 2 blocks that are in a 2-family zone, although the minimum lot size is 60 feet. So bottom line is I kind of drew a red line around the area, and I said, what is the character of Nishawayne Road? And the lots that are in pink are the lots that are less than the minimum width requirement of 60 feet. The lots that are in pink that have a red circle on them are smaller than the smallest lot that we're proposing. Now, I'll grant you that if you look at in the lots in the immediate area to our 2-lot portion of the subdivision on Nishawayne, there's an abutting lot that's 45 and a fraction, and the lots immediately around that are conforming, but in the larger area, they are non-conforming. In fact, most of them are smaller than the subject property. So if I forget the subject property for the moment, there are 27 lots that front on Nishawayne. Of those, 74% are substandard, and in fact, 67% are less than our smallest lot width. They're less than 50.83 feet in width.
So could you just repeat the scope of that just now? You said it was the length of Nishuane?
Lots on our side of Nishuane Road.
Yes.
There are 27 lots there, excluding the subject property.
Got it, yes.
And of those 27 lots, 20 are less than 60 feet in width, or 74%. 18 or 67% are smaller than our smallest lot.
Understood.
Okay. So, and again, judgment is needed, obviously, to say how far do you look to see the influence of the neighborhood on this. In my opinion, there are two aspects to this application. There is a C1 hardship aspect in that this is the only through lot in the area, and it is substantially larger than any other lots in the neighborhood. And to not allow the through lot to be converted into at least two lots, in my opinion, constitutes a practical difficulty and a hardship. The house is obviously oriented toward high streets. The houses tend to be bigger on High Street. There is also a C2 benefits substantially outweigh the detriments argument, and that right now, on a large lot like this, someone you would think would be entitled to have a pool, a jungle gym, maybe a tennis court, and what's going to happen is that pool, tennis court, whatever, is potentially going to be essentially next to the sides of other houses where it would normally be in a rear. You want rears to abut rears is the typical scenario, which exists for pretty much the rest of the block. So in my opinion, there is a benefit to having the back end of this lot really front on Nishuane Road, because that's the predominant orientation. And you'd like, again, side yards to abut side yards, rear yards to abut rear yards. If I put a pool in, toward Nishuane Road in my architectural rear yard, I wouldn't like that next to the side of my house. So there is a benefit to correctly orienting this. And in fact, there's a legislative recognition that if you look at the zoning map, they draw a line between the two halves of the block. So it makes sense.
Quick question about your swimming pool scenario. Wouldn't that be in the front yard of the property? And wouldn't you need a variance to put a swimming pool in a front yard?
It would, except in my opinion, it would be justifiable, because you're telling someone it's the only lot on the street that has two front yards, and you're going to say you can't do anything between the house and the street. In my opinion, someone would be entitled to a variance. The second stage of this is obviously now we need lot depth relief from all three lots, technically. It's the main house on High Street is slightly substandard in depth, and whether it's one or two lots on Nishuane Road, it is substandard in depth. But again, I refer you to the line in your zoning map. There is a legislative recognition of what the pattern in the neighborhood is. So in my opinion, there is clearly no detriment to subdividing this into two halves. And I think that there is a hardship argument with respect to the size of this property. Essentially a stronger argument, I think, is the C2, the benefits that substantially outweigh the detriments. Looking at the half that fronts on Nishuane Road, that lot would be 100 feet wide. Not a hardship to have a 100-foot wide lot, but you can have a 65-foot wide house with a footprint of 3,500 square feet. I would suggest that no one, and then you put on the second story, you're up to 6,000 square feet. I would suggest to you that no one's going to do that. But I would suggest to you that because of the the relatively few vacant lots that are left in Montclair, people that have a large lot like to build large houses, and you have some experience with that on the hillside, where someone took down a couple homes, wanted to put up a monster home. That people do that because the availability of land for new building is relatively scarce in Montclair. There is, in my opinion, a benefit that substantially outweighs the detriment to having 2 lots on Nishuane Road. They are new houses, so they're going to be by nature expensive. They're going to be in the same scale as the houses that are on there. There is something to be said from a planning point of view to having a consistency and a pattern of a neighborhood. There are a lot of municipalities that are fighting McMansions, and there are a whole range of, but municipalities don't like houses that are out of scale, although an individual homeowner, there are examples where they have done that. And in my opinion, while I'm not a real estate expert, but the answer is this property that fronts on Nishuane Road is oriented toward the Nishuane Road neighborhood. It is while we're not asking for approval for house permits now, to have 2 lots that are of the widths proposed, but not 60 feet. First of all, it's not going to be, in my opinion, noticeable from someone riding down the street that they're substandard in width. Secondly, they're going to be designed with now a lot of engineering, which didn't exist when a lot of these homes were built in the area. The plans show, again, low retaining walls. They have adequate parking according to RSIS. They're going to be oriented so rear yards abut rear yards, front yards abut front yards, and side yards abut side yards. That's a predictable orientation of the lots. So I think that there is a C1 hardship and a C2 benefits outweigh the detriments for dividing this large lot into 2 oriented to each street. There is not a hardship for dividing the 100-foot wide lot into 102-foot wide lot into 2 lots. There's not a hardship, but in my opinion, there are benefits that substantially outweigh the detriments. The detriments, in my opinion, are not traffic. There's going to be at least 1 home there, that's 10.1 trips per day. A second home, another 10.1 trips per day is not noticeable. I don't think the volume of traffic is an issue. We are going to have a sidewalk, whether the existing sidewalk is in good condition or has to be replaced. Sections have got to be replaced anyway, because that's where the driveway apron is going to go. In my opinion, if these lots are approved as proposed, once the landscaping matures, someone riding down the street is not going to know a difference from the pattern of houses that are in the area. But because there are new houses, they're going to be fairly expensive. That's a vote of confidence in the neighborhood. Someone indeed could, with 1 lot, it is a greater likelihood that someone puts in a house that is out of scale with the neighborhood. They're entitled to do that. They have a large lot, they can build a large house. But in terms of consistency with the neighborhood, which is one of the themes of the master plan, in my opinion, there are benefits that substantially outweigh the detriments. There is going to be what essentially amounts to a site plan approval as potentially a condition of approval, and that's going to handle drainage, that's going to handle stabilization of the slopes, you're going to get trees replaced. Those are all good things. And again, there is something to be said, in my opinion, for consistency in the size and pattern of houses. So I think, again, in summary, I think there is a C1 aspect, at least to the initial dividing into 2 halves. I think there is a C2 aspect that applies to both dividing into 2 halves and especially the 2 lots on Nishuane Road. Because the master plan looked for conformity, because the neighborhood is not predominantly conforming. It's predominantly non-conforming, number one, and number two, it is predominantly has lots that are smaller than the smallest lot that we're proposing. In my opinion, this meets the negative criteria. That is, it can be approved without substantial impairment of the zone plan and zoning ordinance and without substantial detriment to the public good.
Okay. No further questions.
Questions from the board?
Sorry, but can you just restate for me what you think, like quickly, what you think the benefits to the neighbors who currently live there are with putting two houses on that lot?
The benefits to the neighbor who lives where?
In the neighborhood that was outlined in the planning memo.
It gives you assurance that the houses are going to be of the scale and the pattern that exists in the neighborhood. It's going to look like it was always part of the neighborhood, as opposed to having an oversized house, or a house, because it's oversized, now I got a lot of stuff in the backyard. I got the pool, I got, the tennis court, I got other things that are there, which most of the lots don't have the size to accommodate those accessory components. So the concern I have is that there will be a large house there, up to 65 feet wide, and because of the open space associated with that, someone's not going to just leave that in woods. They're going to put things back there, and in my opinion, that will be out of character with the neighborhood. I think the subdivision offers a better assurance that the houses are rebuilt are going to be consistent with the predominant character of the neighborhood.
I have a question for you. Looking at the neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, beginning with lot 51 down to 44, and across the street, considering that to be a neighborhood, there's only one house that is less than the neighborhood regulated 60 foot. Is that correct or incorrect?
That's correct.
Okay, that is correct. Okay. Now, the second question has to do with the High Street, 96 High Street lot that runs all the way through. Right now, it's a conforming lot as it is now, in the sense that it is not too small, and there's no regulation against it being the size it is.
That's
in
correct.
order for you to get any other lot, what you're recommending is to create 3 non-conforming lots.
That is correct, but I would suggest, number one, that we need relief, we need lot depth relief, but I would suggest to you that we're entitled to the lot depth relief because there's a legislative recognition. First of all, the lot pattern, as you can see, is highly irregular between Nishuane and High Street. And you have to apply the mathematical number to figure out lot depth. But I would, in my opinion, even though we need relief, we're entitled to separate that into 2 lots, in my opinion.
Okay, that's your opinion, but given the fact that you're asking to take 1 lot and to subdivide it into 3 lots, none of which will be a conforming lot.
That's correct.
Means that anything that you do will need the permission of the board, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So that the idea of all these other things happening without anyone's control are not really accurate, is it?
It is accurate well, first of all, someone could tear down the big house and put the big house over on Nishuane. I mean, there are a lot of things that can happen that are fully conforming that in my opinion, are not good for the neighborhood. Clearly, the subdivision helps the applicant economically. That's not my consideration. My consideration is what gives the best level of predictability for development that will fit in the neighborhood, so that someone riding down the street 10 years from now, when the landscaping has matured, wouldn't blink that this was any different. And in my opinion, this subdivision accomplishes that purpose.
But the blink factor is in control of the board, is it not?
If there's no subdivision, you have no control. We just go get a building permit and do what we want.
Okay.
But there's some things that are, in my opinion, although you need relief, by granting relief in the right instances, you protect your ordinance. This is obviously an unusual situation. In my opinion, we're entitled to divide this at least into two halves. And there's a legislative recognition of that in the zoning ordinance. And that's why I say that's either a C1 or a C2. For the two lots on Nishwain, I think there is a C2 argument. And again, you can disagree with me, but this better assures that the houses that are built will fit within the neighborhood.
I must admit that I'm inclined to think that it's reasonable to subdivide the lot, but I do think, I have not heard a good justification for making 3 lots rather than 2 lots. I have not heard a good justification for why that should be a 50-foot lot in a neighborhood immediate neighborhood is zoned for 60-foot lots. That's what we've got there, and you are changing. You're requesting really a change in the zoning for that.
This is clearly not a change in the zone. The lot pattern is established. This is the only vacant lot on Nishwain. This is not changing the zoning, in my opinion. This is asking for a variance in a situation that's unique. That's what preserves the constitutionality of ordinances. If you apply them without looking at the specifics, I think you harm the integrity of the ordinance. The whole issue of the variance process is that there's certain situations that are unlikely to be handled legislatively. When there is something unusual, by giving relief in the right instances, in my opinion, you're strengthening the ordinance. You're not rezoning.
I'll hear other opinions, but I have not heard you give a rationale for why it should be 50 foot as opposed to.
I did my best.
Right, okay. I haven't heard a reasonable. Yeah.
Other questions from the board?
Just one quick thing here. As Ms. Willis had mentioned, looking at this very simply, it does seem like if you were standing in either of these lots, you would see primarily conforming lots around you. And you'd have to go about a football field to the right to even see one that's not conforming, and then look a distance to the left around the corner. So that's just one point. And the other thing, I do think dividing into 2, the case is quite clear. As for 3, issues of the driveway, the trees, green space, conformity, it's just tough to see right now. It's not really a question, but I'm on the board.
The only question I would, footnote I would suggest is that, do you think driving down the street, you would see the difference between a 50 and a 60-foot wide lot?
I do, because I live in an area where we have a similar sort of configuration, where some are one, some are the other. But yes, I understand that some may not.
Certainly, if you were walking down the street, you'd feel the difference between a 60 and a 100-foot lot.
I don't think so.
Well, you would, because there would be one driveway versus 2 driveways.
Well, in my opinion, then that's why they have surveyors. You know, the answer is it would be hard to detect. And again, this is not like a straight street where you get to see every house in a row. There's a bend to it. Houses have a little bit different configuration, and that masks any difference, in my opinion.
Okay, you asked the question, is it detectable? I did go down the street, and I would find it very detectable to see 2 houses crowded next to each other between seeing a house and a yard, and some greenery. But these houses are extremely close to each other in order to fit them in the lot.
They comply with the side setbacks. That's not the issue. Our houses are going to comply with the required side setbacks, so that's not substandard.
The issue of visual crowding is what you asked, and I'm answering it. It's visual. It is visually noticeable to see 2 houses very close to each other than to see a house in a space.
But when you say close to each other, I just want to reiterate, we are code conforming in terms of the separation of houses. We have conforming side yards, so that's not an issue of a variance. The fact that the relationship of the house to the side property line is not a variance. And that's what I interpreted your comment about crowding.
You should have more volume.
Well, volume is, what are these? The houses, in my opinion, are going to be approximately the size of the neighbors. Some of them, and again, we don't have a good, rendition, look at, well, the house, I'm looking at the first page of A11. The house 2 to the left on Nishuane, on lot 51, that probably would not comply with the 65, so we have a house next to us going southwest, and then you have lot 31. That house, I would bet, is wider than any of the houses we're proposing, because that would not meet, I don't think, the 65% requirement, because it didn't exist in those days. So I would suggest there are a range of houses here. These houses, in my opinion, will be comparable to those other sizes. Some will be wider, some will be narrower. But it's a vote of confidence to build something new in a neighborhood.
Yes, and 65% of two, a 52 and a 50, but each of those, or 65% of 102, would still be the amount in the front that is blocked, with one additional driveway if you have two lots, but the height, perhaps less height than if you had one very large house. Am I articulating this?
I didn't get that, sorry.
So, yeah, so 65% of 102 is the
Yes.
same as 65% of 50 plus 65% of 52.
It's proportional.
So either way, the same amount of reduced visibility directly through the property would be the same in either case. Just the house that's 65% of 102 might be taller. Is that right?
It'd be wider.
It wouldn't be wider than 65 without coming back to us, though. Because it can't be more than 65.
You're right, but I'm just saying that with a 102-foot wide lot, a builder can build a 65-foot wide house.
Yes.
And
then in the case of having two lots, there would be, right, you'd have more yard.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be the
But
impervious
again,
space of the
You're
extra
right.
driveway.
The 65, it's going to be wider, large, but that house is going to be 3 times the width of anything on the street.
And you would have, I believe, additional trees on the lot as well.
No, that's like an alarmist statement, I think, because they're going to build something that will be able to be purchased in that neighborhood, and I don't think a $2 million house is in character
Well,
with that neighborhood.
it's my-
So
you-
they'll
you're-
build
you're
a
right.
more modestly.
You are correct, but my only point is that there are instances in Montclair and elsewhere where someone wants to build their dream house, and they don't really care about the neighborhood.
And the case for dividing into two, I think, is quite strong, but almost, it's almost, as strong as that is, it's almost that difficult to make the case for the 3. So that's a little bit what we're struggling, trying to wrestle with a bit here.
I expect that to be the central struggle.
So, do we have any more questions? From the public, do we have any questions of Mr. Stack?
I have a question. There's something that's confusing to me, and that is the logic by which we would look at the neighborhood beyond the immediate houses on all sides, but not consider High Street part of the neighborhood. Why, if you're counting things that are distant from the property in question, would you only look at Nishuane Road houses?
Well, I think...
Because it's far, they're all far.
For 2
right?
reasons. You probably relate to the neighbors on either side of your house more than you relate to the neighbor to the rear. That's oftentimes the case.
But I don't relate to neighbors far from me more than I relate to neighbors on the other side of my
If you were
fence.
buying a house here, you would probably be more concerned about what was on either side of you than who abutted your rear. And so that's why, in my opinion, the High Street pattern is clearly different. And the governing body said that in the zoning ordinance. They said,
But so are the houses that are further away from the property that you're talking about. It doesn't make sense to skip, to go beyond the houses that are immediately on the sides of us and across the street from us and go down the block, rather than consider what's in my backyard.
You're right that it's important to, first of all, I think that it is clear that High Street is different than Nishuane. But
And also,
on
further down Nishuane is different
But on
from
Nishuane, you're
close-
right.
yeah.
One could argue that the houses that are closer are more important than the ones further away.
That's all I'm
One could
saying.
argue that.
That's all I'm asking.
Anyone else?
I think that we all have opinions. As many people that are in here have opinions.
Quite right.
His opinion is no different than my opinion.
No, his opinion's different from my opinion.
Hi, my name is Bill Finney. I live 20 Southern Terrace. Looking at the map that you laid out, one of the main reasons you keep on giving why this wouldn't fit into the character of the neighborhood is because it's a 102 wide lot, and you said the house would be too big. But I'm looking across the street, and there's a 107 wide lot, 108 or 6. I'm not really sure what that says.
Those are corner lots, and again, you need, I would call it a different animal, because on a corner lot, you need 2 front yards.
Right, but my question is, would you consider those McMansions?
No.
Because they're bigger than the lot that you're talking about, so that would fit into the neighborhood.
But those bigger lots tend to be corner lots, and again, they're restricted by setbacks. They have to have 2 front yards.
Okay.
So
but they're right across the street from where we're talking about.
But
and all the other white houses, they're all in white because they're all large. So that section right there, like she was saying, is all over 60 foot. You're talking, and you also mentioned that the bend changes the neighborhood. Well, there's a bend right there.
It doesn't change the neighborhood, but it makes
Change the sight line.
It makes it more difficult to judge the houses because
right.
They're not all in the same line.
Right, that's what you said. And the house you're talking about is after the bend. So all the houses to the left here that are on the left of Nishawane feel like a completely different neighborhood because they're outside of that bend. Inside this bend is where my house is, where their house is, where her house is, where all of our houses are, and that is 60 foot or sometimes 100 feet or more wide properties.
Well,
so I'm not really sure how you're saying that
the 100-foot wide dimension is really the depth of those corner lots rather than the frontage orientation.
The one right across the street from me I know is facing Nishawane. That's 104 foot
Yep.
wide. So that's facing Nishawane.
Well,
That's
I
not
think the colored plan is accurate, but again, you can disagree with my conclusions.
Okay. All right. I'm sure there's something else. I'm getting tired though.
Mr. Scott? Don't be shy.
Okay, William Scott there, 23 Cedar Avenue. Obviously, this is a neighborhood. In this neighborhood...
You're asking a question?
Yes, okay, I'll ask you a question.
Isn't it true?
Yes, okay. But, I mean, you've talked about lot sizes and depths and things of that nature, but did you take a survey of the ages of the houses in that neighborhood? And did you take a survey of the square footage of the houses in that neighborhood? Okay, and the purpose of the question is that this neighborhood, I don't want to throw a number out there, but this neighborhood's got to be, age-wise, over 100 years old. That's why there's such a variation of houses and types in that area.
What's interesting, if you go to the planning department, there's an aerial photo on the wall, which is, I think, 1934, around there, and you can see when these streets were cut in, and so the newer houses, and it's almost coincides with the area that had the radium issues. You can see that they were importing fill from Orange and putting it around foundations. But most of the houses, I did at one time look at the dates. I don't know of the ages of them, but again, this is the last vacant lot in the area, so anything that happens with it is going to be newer than the others.
No, that's obvious. But and I guess my point is because if you go back, I don't want to date you, Mr. Stick, because you were the planner.
I don't want to date you either.
Okay. Well, I'm probably a little younger than you, but you were the planner going back at least 30+ years for the township of Montclair.
I was here in 2 stints. I was in I guess the late 70s, and I was here for 5 years and then left for a couple years, and then I was dragged back for 9.5 years.
Okay. And I guess my point is, from the development of this neighborhood, and I think Ms. Willis pointed it out. I mean, the lots or conforming lots based on the development that was allowed at that time.
The newer development is, on the west side of Nishuane Road, and those tended to be more conforming. The lots on our side of Nishuane Road, I think the houses generally are older. Now, I'll make exception that from Charles to Cedar, those are older because they're two-family houses, whole different district. But I would suggest that the area between Harrison and Nishuane are generally newer houses.
Okay. And that's your...
And you can tell from the style.
Okay,
A lot more ranches, split levels.
And that's also your opinion, obviously.
That's my opinion.
Okay, which is, well, you're paid for that opinion, so that's important. But, from a data standpoint...
Not that I'm paid for it, that I have a license for it.
Okay.
I don't want to lose that.
However you phrase it, okay. But I guess my point is, if you had more information that related to not just the lot sizes, but the square footages of the houses, and then when you're looking at, this particular application where you're building, you're subdividing one lot to create 3 lots, okay? And even the house on High Street, even though it was reduced from a 9-room bedroom house to a 5-bedroom house, obviously there's a reason for that. I'm not sure how many people want 9 bedrooms anymore. Okay, but, obviously that's what the market is requiring at this point, something smaller. But, I would have thought that you would have looked at the square footage of the house as opposed to just the lot sizes.
But the square footage is not part of the variance that we're requesting. I just picked up here, if from our property, if you move towards Cedar, the first house is 1975. And according to tax records, that's 2,315 square feet. The next house is 1956, and then the next one is 1957. Going the other direction, 1956, 1952, and then the smaller homes where the lot size is shallower, 1967 is the first one, 1953. So they've been around for a while.
Okay.
And the houses range, again, the one, even on the lot that's to the north of us that's 45 and a fraction, according to the tax records, that's 2,315 square feet, so fairly substantial size compared to what we're talking about.
Okay. And then just one more question, because you mentioned something from a legislation standpoint dealing with the Cedar Avenue and the lot sizes. Was that from Harrison Avenue all the way to Orange Road? Your statement that you were...
No, it's it's the tan color upper left-hand corner. You can see how the governing body divided the block between Nishuane and High into 2 halves.
Okay.
And that is important to me. There's a recognition that there's a different character from one side to the other.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Tremula?
No, we have no further witnesses, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anyone who wants to make a comment about the application as a whole? Now's the time to be heard. Or forever hold your peace.
So, again, Bill Feeney, I live on 20 Southern Terrace. I have no problems with there being one house being built here. I think it would be great to fill in that space. My backyard looks right at that property. It's kind of an eyesore because people just walk their dogs there, they don't pick it up, and there's nothing there. It's tree branches always falling, and nobody's ever maintaining it. 2 houses, though, there is going to make the neighborhood feel too cramped. We moved here 3 years ago because there was spaces between the houses because it felt comfortable. When you start building more and more, and I think the map that he gave out, Steck, I think his name, Mr. Steck, gave out shows that there are a lot of houses that are red, and below the variance, but I think that's even more reason why he needs to preserve the ones that meet the code, because if you start getting less and less, then the neighbor's going to feel more and more compact. It's going to lower property values, and it's going to feel tight and cramped. So I think this is a really good evidence to prove my point that there should be preserved of the variance and not go against the variance and or give the variance to it. I hope this makes sense because I'm really tired.
Yeah, thank you. It does. It makes sense.
Hello, Keith Obadike, 34 Nishwain Road. I just want to say that I agree with many of the things that Bill said. A lot of the comments that we heard were about driving through the neighborhood. And I have to say, as a person who lives at 34 Nishwain Road, that's not how we move through the neighborhood. We walk through our neighborhood, and a lot of our visual experience of the neighborhood is about looking out, seeing the yards of our neighbors. Our children play in the neighborhood. We walk to Nishwain School. We walk to Nishwain Park. So this is an important issue for us. We think it's even sort of borne out in sort of yards plots here. We can see that, many of the properties that are sort of below the standard are even marked with a different zone. They're R2. The properties to the far end of Nishwain Road are in a visually different location. The road literally bends. So we really want the quality of the neighborhood as it is to be respected. That's what we're asking here. We want this to be done with some serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Beverly Irby, 26 Nishwain Road. He's right, we walk through our neighborhood. Our neighborhood is very important to us. And as you heard, the neighborhood is not important to the people who are building or want to build the land. They've said it time and time again. They said that no houses on Nishwain Road exceeded the length of the property, and that's not true. If you look right down the street, as I named one, there is. There are houses that exceed that. And the part of, to me, stating that something is not there when something is there is unbelievable to me. I'm just making a statement. And why I should believe you instead of believing me is what's wrong with the world today. That's all.
Thank you.
I think my opinion is already clear, but I'll say it's a beautiful neighborhood. We love being where we are. And as others have said, we like for the beauty of the neighborhood and the way that we use it and our desires for the neighborhood to be respected. Yeah, that's all.
Anyone else? Mr. Tremulak.
Share Mr. Finney's comment. Tough to organize your thoughts at 11:30, but I'm going to try to be brief.
We'll hold you to that.
Do my best because I'm not going to try to rehash things that I think we've spoken enough about. Again, we're seeking the variances to create 3 lots, 2 on Nishwain Road. So starting with a very large lot, it's the only through lot on in this neighborhood, 32,000 square feet, almost 3/4 of an acre. I think it's pretty clear from the comments of board members as well as the public that I don't think there's any disagreement with respect to creating a minimum of 2 lots by separating the High Street side from the Nishwain side. And the only question I think that's significantly at issue is whether there should be 1 lot or 2 lots on the Nishwain Road side. I just want to emphasize comments in the master plan that I think are very pertinent to the application. They're mentioned in Janice Talley's memo, and I think Mr. Steck also alluded to them. I mean, one of your goals of your unified land use and circulation element is, quote, to encourage development that maintains the scale and character in the diverse neighborhoods of the township. Maintaining the scale and character. Another goal or objective of the master plan is, quote, to promote and protect existing residential development and form in established neighborhoods. So what's the existing residential character or scale in the neighborhood that we're talking about? And again, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we believe that the existing character on Nishawayne Road is smaller lots with narrow lot widths, as Mr. Steck pointed out in his testimony. And if you take the entirety of Nishawayne Road on the side of the street that we're talking about, there are 27 houses, and 18 of those lots, or roughly 2/3, have lot widths which are less than the lot widths we are proposing, including, I should point out, Ms. Irby's house directly next to our property, which I think is a 45-foot lot. And then 20 of the 27 lots on that side of Nishawayne Road, or 74%, do not conform to the 60-foot lot width requirement. So the majority of the houses don't conform, and there's a majority that are smaller in width than the lots we're proposing. So, we've made this point repeatedly, but that we think the 250-foot lots are consistent with the character and the scale of the neighborhood on Nishawayne Road, which is what the master plan seeks to promote. There are no 100-foot wide lots in this neighborhood. There's no lots on that in the neighborhood that are even close to 100 feet. So a 100-foot lot is out of character and out of scale on Nishawayne Road. Just mentioned briefly, that we do need lot depth variances for all 3 lots, and I think that results from the way this neighborhood is laid out. I mean, obviously, the basic theme is that there are houses fronting on High Street and other houses fronting on Nishawayne Road. As Mr. Steck pointed out, the zoning line dividing the 80-foot lot width requirement on High Street and the 50-foot lot width requirement on Nishawayne, draws the line, sort of follows the existing property lines all along in that neighborhood. So, I mean, clearly dividing the lots in 2 is consistent, even though lot depth variances are required because of the averaging that's done. And when you look at the High Street side, running from Cedar, all of the lots are basically the same lot depth, but then you go 2 houses to the south of our property, and you have you start a row of very deep lots, which throws off the average and requires a lot depth variance on the High Street side. And similarly, you got a pattern on Nishawayne that when you take the averaging, because of the curve in the street, you've got some deeper lots. But one way or another, I think it's clear that there should be a separation of the High Street and the Nishawayne Road to at least allow for a 2-lot subdivision. And we believe, for the reasons that we've repeated throughout, that the 2 lots on the Nishawayne side are better than 1 lot, better for the neighborhood, more in scale and keeping, and more consistent with what the master plan seeks to accomplish. And as Mr. Steck pointed out, we think the variances can be approved either under C1 or C2. We've talked about various conditions that have been mentioned, which obviously would be incorporated into any approval. So we thank you very much for your time, for staying especially late to allow us to continue tonight, and would ask that the board approve the application.
All right, thank you. So I've been listening to the comments being made about the consistency in the housing and the neighborhoods and large houses next to small houses. And as someone who was born in this neighborhood and still lives in the neighborhood, I am very hard-pressed to see long stretches of houses that are absolutely consistent. If you think about Orange Road, Councilor Baskerville, if you look to your right, you see a completely different kind of house than if you look to your left. If you look across the street, you see yet something else. The street that I was born on was the same thing. The street that I live on today, from block to block. I live on Willowdale Avenue. If you start at the beginning of Willowdale Avenue, it looks one way. When you cross Washington Avenue, it changes character. And then when you cross Lincoln, it changes character again. And across my house is twice as large as the house that's across the street from me. And the house that's next to it, and all the houses that are in the cul-de-sac are smaller than my house. But the house on the other side are larger than mine. I mean, that is the character of the South End. So all of this stuff about, well, there'll be a big house, one thing about that big house, that's a choice. It doesn't have to be a big house. It doesn't have to be oversized. There's a lot to be said about having space, and I think a lot of people come to Montclair because there is space around the houses. And the same way that my house, because my house sits to one side of the property line, and my neighbor's house also sits to the one side of the property line, while my house is right up against the property line, it looks like I have a lot of space around my house. And that's planning. That's because the houses make sense, and there's light and there's air between them. Now, when I look at the neighborhood for this, and to use Mr. Steck's drawing, this little enclave of white in here is what I see as the neighborhood. Also, when you're actually on the ground visually coming down the street, when you come off of Cedar, after you get past the first couple of houses, the ones that are on the corner, the lots get bigger and bigger. Yes, they're still smaller than the first three, are still smaller than the 60-foot. But then you come into this stretch where, as far as you can see until the road curves, you have one kind of flavor. And then once you go around the curve, you have a different kind of flavor. The same thing happens when you turn up the side streets. The same thing happens the block over on High Street. And then if you go 2 blocks down on Pleasant, it's the same thing. You have one type of house on one side of the street, you have another type of house on the other side of the street. And then from house to house, you have big houses next to smaller houses, next to larger houses. But there's always space in between the houses. We have always tried, at least I've always tried, and I know other members of the board have tried, when we have considered subdivisions, to try and have something that harmonizes in terms of the lot widths for the area. And, I think that the 100 lot width is better than the 50 lot width. In terms of this section of the street, it harmonizes better. And for that reason, I would move that we deny the application.
Okay.
Will the board consider as an alternative to denying the application that we have the 2 lots, one on High Street and one on Nishaway? I think what I heard is you'd rather have a 100-foot lot, in which case we would ask the board to consider as an alternative a 2-lot subdivision.
Well, is that what your application is for 3 lots? So are you revising your application? And can they do that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think so.
I mean, can they do that here? I mean, I know they can do it, but does it meet all the requirements in order to do it at this stage?
Right, can you do it in 3 minutes?
The variances are, yes.
Because you have to give notice and the so that's what I'm trying to understand.
You need new applications.
It's,
No, it's not. Well, it's the lot depth.
You would eliminate the lot width variance, and the only variance would be for the lot depth.
Which we noticed for, and, with lot depth.
Can it be amended to only approve certain variances is the question I was wondering.
Well, Art, what do you think?
So, I haven't seen your notice.
Is your light on, Mr. Neese?
I haven't actually seen the notice of what you noticed for, Mr. Tremblay. Give me a moment to just review that.
Because it was just for subdivision, and and I think it, basically would just say for 3 lots.
We asked for 3 lots.
You asked for 3 lots.
Certainly modify that, and seek approval for 2 lots, which...
You may have already done it. I don't know.
The variances, we would eliminate 2 of the variances we're seeking for a lot width, and the lot depth variances would remain the same.
Right. If you were adding to it, I would say definitely no, but you're pulling back on it, so.
So the notice specifically notices for subdivide the property into 3 lots with newly created lots fronting on Nishawane Road. That's what the notice says. What brings it back is the inclusionary portion of the notice. The applicant also requests any other variances, exceptions, waivers, or RSIS exceptions from the NJRSIS that may be required in connection with this application. So from my vantage point, since you are requesting now as an alternative less relief than you were requesting in the notice, I think the board can safely grant, if that's what you want to do, a 2-lot subdivision in lieu of the 3-lot subdivision he's noticed for.
I don't have a problem with the 2-lot subdivision.
I just think if you're going to do a 2-lot subdivision, the depths there shouldn't be a depth variance.
The only reason why I don't have a problem with the depth variance is because of the other properties, that it's consistent with the other properties. And there's a clear line across this large tract, so that if we did something there, it would really be an aberration.
It's not very, there's just a little bit of a, I think it's 199 feet and it has to be 200? So why not just make it 200? Is that correct?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, am I reading that wrong?
Well, first of all, it's not a straight line. So basically, they just connected the line on one side with the line on the other. It just seemed to make sense to me.
You can't.
I don't think it can be done without a depth variance.
You can't.
Right, right.
I think
Either one.
It's
either-
because
for
of
either
the-
lot. Yeah.
Right.
Where you draw the line.
It's going to cause a problem for one of the lots.
Because
there's the bend in the road.
Bend in the road and the way these lots are configured. But again, the existing pattern is you have lots fronting on High Street, lots fronting on Nishawane. And again, we're drawing the line in the most logical place, consistent with what's there now. So.
Well, I agree with Chair Wynn that a 2-lot division is something that I could see as feasible.
And it was very well stated.
Yep. I had a lot of time to think about it. All right, so I'll amend my motion. And standard, well, first of all, we need to discuss in terms of, because we're amending to approve, now there's the issue of tree removal that I think should come back. We could do that through committee.
Well,
the applicant has already indicated that she would put back 20 trees for the 20 taken out. So
Right.
that's of record.
Okay.
I think there'll be a different tree
There'll
removal
be
plan with one house, and
Right.
you're suggesting it goes to the
I would like to,
revisions committee.
yeah, because they're going to have to come back for site plan approval, right?
No, there's no site plan approval.
No.
Because it's a single-family house.
Unless they need a variance.
But it
Right.
would be an amended plot plan and an amended tree removal plan.
Right.
That would, I think you could go to the revisions committee. if
So,
you don't want
yeah, if we can deal with that in committee.
Yeah. Unless anybody on the board wants to hear it again.
Sure.
This on. Do we have to say anything about where the house would be on the lot, or what, how does that work when we now have changed it to a
We can't
two-lot?
dictate that. We can't dictate that unless, well, we can't dictate that because if they're building it totally in conformance, they need certain clearance on one side, certain clearance on the other. I would hope that when they put it on the property, that they would move it away from the smaller house
Right.
to
Well,
add
this
to
is what
some
I'm
balance to
thinking.
the
I'm
street.
thinking that I have an image in my mind as to what could happen there, but I'm not so sure that that image is shared.
Right.
And I would hate to see a...
Whatever size house that they put, if they choose to put a large house, I think it should be put on the property. I would think that they would put it on the property with some balance.
Right, that's what
You
I'm...
know, I mean,
so
otherwise it wouldn't make
Because it is a
sense.
variance, and we are approving a variance, and perhaps something should be
Sure.
said about that in what we're approving.
I think with the 65, when you apply the 65% width requirement to the lot, you're going to get more open space on both sides.
Well, that's what
So
I'm
you're not going to
hoping
have a
for.
house that's going to be 10 feet on one side and 6 feet on the other.
Yeah, this
I think Ms. Willis's point is it could then
Because,
be shifted.
yeah, I would hate to see it put up against the small house, or I'd hate to see it I'd like to see it somewhere which gives some leeway on both sides of it, so.
Well, even if it's centered on the property, I
Right.
think that it would work.
That would be fine.
It would work well.
But I
you
wouldn't
know,
want
and
to see
wouldn't-
it stuffed up against one of the houses.
Right, and I don't think that would make sense from a curb appeal standpoint
Right.
for trying to sell a new house, you know.
I think it would be, it'd have to be centered or close to center. You might want to shift it a little bit.
Depending on where the driveways are and if you have, where your
Or you may want to
garages
preserve
are.
a tree by
Yeah.
moving the house a little bit.
Right.
Because that's the trees are around the sides more than, right.
Yeah.
So is there anything that we need to say in our resolution about that, or not?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can, but I think that the circumstances will dictate a reasonable outcome.
Right.
Is there anything else that we need to talk about, standard conditions that would go along with this, Art?
They would, the applicant will have to pay a development fee?
Applicant will comply with all technical comments of SCE.
The
Providing the written EPA?
Yes. Written confirmation of the contamination cleanup of the
Right.
property.
And the analysis of the sidewalk.
And the sidewalk.
Right.
Yep.
Update on condition of sidewalk.
And that it
contingent on
has to be
board.
evaluated, and if it's not up to code, or if it's not up, you know.
We're still going to
then
make it
has
up to your
has to be,
review, right? Are you going to review it? Yeah, so it'll...
So if it's not satisfactory, it has to be replaced.
And a plot plan.
Amended plot plan, amended tree removal plan.
All right, that's it? That'll do it?
That's all I have.
My question
Similar-
again, one more question. Given that we've been looking at a line that's drawn in a particular place in this long lot, is there anything in our resolution that has to say exactly where the lot is divided, or is it just?
Well, it is, I think you're taking out the...
We're taking out
the line that would
Yeah.
divide the subdivision in two.
Right,
But
the
the
line
other
that's
lot
dividing
remains
the
the
other,
same.
it's going to remain the same.
That has to
That's going to be
remain.
stated. right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so there have to be revised drawings submitted that reflect that.
Right.
And so that's the revised motion.
So you have a motion and a second.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
All right. Thank you.
Very much, and thank you for staying late.
The final matter we have is just to approve our bills. We have a couple bills here.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Great.
Thank you, everyone.